Call from your pet slug, Albert. Dad, we're out of snacks. Please grab some on the way home. Thank you.
I think you got the wrong number. Anyways, hello guys.
I have the
We're
beach
live.
mouse in my pussy.
Wow, thanks for sharing. Hello, thanks for being here. Hope you guys are doing all right. It is time for another rousing edition of Viewer Levels. So the queue is open, throw your levels in there. And let's get started. Sub
Smile.
next. Al Glass was the first one today. Okay. Let's see, we're gonna go about 4 hours for viewer levels. Maybe 4.5, we'll see. And then play some more Horizon.
Orator. I fucking adore
Cause
you.
and effect.
Please let me eat from your bald head.
Eat from my bald head? What do you mean by that? Like you put food on top of it? Is this not the end of the level down there?
Chat. I got 14th in the queue. Anyone higher up in the queue want to replace their level for mine? Our smile.
Wait, is this... This is a great song. This is Every Time, right? Yeah. I've talked about this song before. I should listen to that again. I haven't listened to that in a while.
Hello Aura and chat, I'm drunk and I don't give a fuck. Our smile.
Okay then, good. Alright, cool level. Nice. All right. Next we have a sub-random. Nintentium Z.
Movie Quote Club. The winner of this tournament will have the honor, no, the privilege, of rescuing the beautiful Princess Fiona from the fiery pit of that dragon. Should the winner fail to return, the runner-up shall take his place, and so on and so forth. Some of you may die, but it's a sacrifice I am willing to make. Lord Farquaad, Shrek, 2001.
I vaguely remember that movie, but it's been a long time since I've seen it.
Beach it, mouse it, beach mouse it. Beach it, mouse it, beach mouse it. Beach it, mouse it, beach mouse it. beach it mouse it beach mouse it 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 beach it mouse it beach mouse it
Solid level.
beach it mouse it beach mouse it beach it mouse it beach mouse it beach it mouse it beach mouse it
Okay. 2 levels down. We're on to level 3, another sub
Moody
next.
Quote Club, PC load letter? What the fuck does that mean?
Ribbon.
Aura, the streamer awards are on and they just had the baldest streamer award. It was you, Barb,
Wow.
Northernman and Dang88. Barb won because he has a true receding hairline. When argued that
That's
you should
bullshit.
have won, they said you were wearing a bald cap over a mullet. Is this true?
No, it's not true. Boss Rush version 2.
This is a special message for all the dogs that watch this stream. And also I have more important things to say. 7777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777. And in the middle of every boss fight. It just makes the entire fight trivial. Like there's no way I can lose.
Oh yeah, Mario time!
Not terrible though. Should probably just give like maybe one power up coming through the door, and it'll add a little bit more tension to the fights. Alright, we're back to a sub random. Tomodachi.
Uratur, you are my favorite streamer and I don't care what everybody says about it. You are the man and the baddest bald man that exists and I will keep donating, fuck chat.
Thank you, I appreciate that. Bubbles, thank you for the 100 bits. Journos like 300-pound vag, thank you for the gift sub to Pony Club. Welcome back, Pony Club. Thank you very much, Journos. Steph Schmurda, thanks for the 100 bits. Angelos, thank you for the 6 months. Welcome back. Sayoria, thank you for the 100 bits. Owlglass, thank you for the 11 months. Rained. King Farts. Bubbles. Stevie Wonder, thank you for the 100 bits. Ed Chaos, thank you for the 18 months. Crooked Cartridge, thank you for the 25 months. Exac, thank you for the 100 bits. Kisnall, thank you for the 38 months. Really appreciate it. Okay. Kaizo, Dry Bones Castle, short. CP Maniac, thank you for the 9 months, and Geezer, thank you for the 4 months. Really appreciate it. What's up, Wolf?
So you're going by a return Elmer? Haha, what's up, douchebag? It's the letter W from the alphabet. Remember me? Me and the spammers used to give you a hard time on stream. Sorry, you were just an easy target, lol. I can see not much has changed. Remember silence? The absence of noise you enjoyed? Yeah, it's just W now. I get said over 200,000 times a year by Joanna and drive you crazy. I guess some things never change, huh, loser?
Wow.
Nice catching up, lol. Pathetic.
Alright. Solid level. Not bad. Alright, time for our first random all of the day. Let's do it. The True Louis C. A weirdly normal day. Enjoy. Doing 1 less hour because time falling back? Is time falling back? Okay.
Hey chat, did you know that our captain also goes by Long Dong Silver? During a boating incident with his first mate, Phil Gore, he tragically lost his peen and was replaced by a silver pole. The pole requires frequent polishing by Phil Gore to avoid being tarnished. That is the true story of Long Dong Silver, our captain. It's not just a long rocket in his pocket, it's a very true story. Aye, our captain.
What the fuck? Oh.
Our bongo, our dongo, 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 our bongo, our dongo. Sun with face, cloud, sun behind cloud, Sunrise over mountains. Bald man
Oh,
refusing
okay.
to admit that
That
it's
would
his
be
birthday.
faster.
Sun with face. Cloud. Sun behind cloud. Sunrise over mountains. Bald man genuinely wondering what a Yoshi egg would smell like. Sun with face. Cloud. Sun behind cloud. Sunrise over mountains. Bald man booing every level he loses in versus mode. Sun with face. Cloud. Sun behind cloud. Sunrise over mountains. Bald man clicking his mouse a lot and making Chet nervous. Sun with face. Cloud. Sun behind cloud. Sunrise over mountains. Bald man thanking me for making his computer spam into his ear for $1. Sun with face. Cloud. Sun behind cloud. Sunrise over mountains. Bald man sweating profusely from playing Ring Fit Adventure after staying up for 24 hours straight. Sun with face. Cloud. Sun behind cloud. Sunrise over mountains. I learned today/tonight was daylight savings from a friend who sent me a shit post in a text. You found out from Twitch chat. What a time to be alive.
Crazy.
What's up, poor man? Am I your top 3 favorite viewer?
No.
Smile.
Bubbles like a pink telephone hat. Ziltama. Thank you for the 100 bits.
Or a tough question, would you rather play a full co-op session with me, or play a Stevie Wonder level on viewer night? Or, perhaps, would you want to do both in the same week?
No.
Better yet, how about I pull a shape-shifting boombox and you do that every week for the rest of time? I think it would be a great financial decision. Our smile. "15 months of staring at a fucking egg." I see. Or hour dance or jam hour middle hour yikes or kaka hour shock 3 hour peepo hour cope hour sag hour ruck hour Mario hour what hour confused hour cowboy hour sheriff today please or nopers ors hour mash hour ride hour malding hour bongo I type. Or hour dance or jam hour middle hour yikes or kaka hour shock 3 hour peepo hour cope hour sag hour ruck hour Mario hour what hour confused hour cowboy hour sheriff today please or nopers ors hour mash hour ride hour malding hour bongo. Poetry Club. Adapted from I Care, by Al Bundy. When Booba jiggles round, and I find one-ups on the ground, I care. When a Cooper car engine purrs, and the stream is orators, I care. When I hear the time running out sound, and the hidden key is found, I care. But when I've been watching this for days I'll set TTS ablaze, I swear. And if you really want a scare, look at his lack of hair. If you dare. Fuck you chat RR. Oh, bongo. Our bongo. 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 Uni 100. Nostalgic Commercial Club. That's Lance, the lifeguard. He sees everything. But can he see why kids love Cinnamon Toast Crunch? It's got, tan lines? Dude, there's cinnamon and sugar swirls in every bite. A tasty part of this balanced breakfast. Our Mario Club. Spoon chat sucks and spoon fuck you chat and spoon chat sucks and spoon fuck you chat and spoon chat sucks and spoon fuck you chat and spoon chat sucks and spoon fuck you chat and spoon chat sucks and spoon fuck you chat and spoon chat sucks and spoon fuck you chat and spoon screw you. Will you play Super Mario Maker 3 as much as Super Mario 2 or will you retire in between? I hope you will streaming forever whatever game you will playing.
I have no idea. We'll have to see whenever Mario Maker 3 comes out.
Hey Aura, hey chat,
What?
hey Smilers, Smilers in chat, 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 hey Dog Pound. Hey Bible Club, Milk Club, Silence Club, Penis Club, Book Club, Poop Club, Doink Club, Math Club, and Tim Graupner Club. How is everyone weekend so far? Can we please do one bet on Saturday, and can that be if you will get a Stevie Wonder level first? The odds are honestly kind of fun. Our smile.
No.
You've played every Mario game. You've conquered every Mario game. You think you've mastered all there is to know about Mario. Well, you better think again. New Super Mario World, made possible by the power of the Super Nintendo Entertainment System. You've never faced a challenge of so many enemies, so many obstacles, so many levels. You've never needed help from a dinosaur before. Super Mario World on the Super NES, now you're playing with power, superpower. Say Ava. Now say Cado. Now say avocado, 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 avocado,
Okay.
avocado,
There we go.
avocado, 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 avocado,
Sure.
avocado,
Not bad.
avocado, 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 avocado,
All right,
avocado, avocado, avocado.
what was that, random ball?
Avocado, 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 avocado,
next.
avocado, 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 avocado,
Drawbridge
avocado,
skill
avocado,
shot.
avocado, 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 avocado. Okay.
Out of the
Just
pan
unzip
and
your
into the
pants real
fire.
quick as I am ready to blow.
Aren't you supposed to make a chimichanga?
Barrels of oil equivalent per day. Abitico, Mexico, Abitico, Mexico, Abitico, Mexico, Abitico, Mexico, Abitico, Mexico, Avitico, 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 Mexico,
All right, we did it. Nice.
Avitico, Mexico, 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 Avitico, Mexico,
Solid level.
Mexico,
Pretty fun.
Avitico, Mexico, Avitico,
Speed run?
Mexico, Avitico, Mexico,
All
Avitico,
right. Sub-Brandon.
Mexico. In response to Lyke's orbital, I think a better bet for Saturdays would be asking if I would be banned for the level I submitted. What do you think, Laura?
Rancid Flounder. Yeah, no.
Blessed assurance, cat kiss is mine. Oh, what a foretaste of glory divine. Heir of salvation, purchase of God. Born of his spirit, washed in his blood. Perfect submission, all is at rest. I and my cat kiss, am happy and blessed. Watching and waiting,
Ouch Magoo
looking
and
above,
the purple shoe.
filled with her goodness, lost in her love. This is my story, this is my song. Praising my cat kiss all the day long. This is my story, this is my song. Praising my cat kiss all the day long. Oh my dog, 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 oh my dog. Hey Ara, will you make me a chimichanga? Snickin'.
No. Busy.
Song Club. Oh, what a night, late December back in 63. What a very special time for me as I remember. What a night, oh, what a night. You know, I didn't even know her name, but I was never gonna be the same. What a lady. What a night, oh. I got a funny feeling when she walked in the room, and as I recall, it ended much too soon. Oh, what a night. Hypnotizing, mesmerizing me. She was everything I dreamed she'd be. Sweet surrender. Oh, what a night.
Oh, God.
Fuck you, chat. Oops, sorry, didn't mean it. I just wanted to say have a great night, but I typed fuck you, chat, instead. At times, chat, you do deserve a fuck you, chat, but not right now. I'm so sorry. Let me try again. Have a great night, fuck you, chat. Oh, come on, really? Have a great fuck you, chat. That's even worse. Oh well, I give up. Fuck you, have a great night. Or help, there's a man, bowing deeply, in my ass hole. 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 I'm also raising one hand inside my own ass hole. Raising one hand in my 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 ass hole. Falkland Islands, 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 Falkland Islands. No New Year's Day to celebrate, no chocolate-covered candy hearts to give away, no first of spring, no song to sing. In fact, here's just another ordinary day. No April rain, no flowers bloom, no wedding Saturday within the month of June. But what it is something true made up of these three words that I must say to you. I just called to say I love you. I just called to say how much I care. I just called to say I love you, and I mean it from the bottom of my heart. Love you, Chad. Alright chat, let's settle this debate. Are there more doors or wheels in the world? I'm on team wheels. 1 for wheels, 2 for doors.
Maud Franklin. Thank you for the raid. Appreciate it. Thank you very much, Maud
Every day
Franklin.
more than my wife. She hates it.
Welcome in, everyone. Hope the stream went well.
Port Arthur, Ontario, Canada, was the first city in the world to enact daylight saving time on July 1, 1908. This was followed by Orillia, Ontario, introduced by William Sword Frost while mayor from 1911 to 1912. The first states to adopt daylight saving time nationally were those of the German Empire and its World War I ally Austria-Hungary, commencing April 30, 1916, as a way to conserve coal during wartime. Britain, most of its allies, and many European neutrals soon followed.
Oh my god, dude. Okay.
Hi.
Yo.
Do you think the egg gets embarrassed when it's excreted from Yoshi's cloaca? Sorry if this offends anyone, but I thought it was a funny thing, haha. And I would like to know if any of you have any pics of the egg looking nervous or embarrassed. I just want to see it for a few laughs, haha. Another thing I am wondering is, do you think the egg can smell itself, haha? I'm just curious if the egg has sentience, haha. I would like to poop one. Hey Aura, do you have a doggy? A lil, woof, woof. 2, pat, pat. How many different types of animals have you had? What's your favorite animal? Penguin, elephant, whale, eagle. I think I asked you before and you said eagle.
Bald eagle, yeah.
RWRR equals RRRR vertical bar do Mario vertical bar Rio dot Mario vertical bar Rio dot poo 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 poo. Oop pop 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 oop cheer 100. I was in the middle of something and you scam me? Here we go again. Yoratur, you're such a handsome baldy. I watch you more than my wife. Am I your favorite viewer now? Pause it.
No, still not my favorite viewer. Thank you though. Robot Tanner McLag, Skeptics, Pink Telephone Hat, thank you for the 100 bits. Vineyard Oregon, thank you for the 8 months. Combustible Goat, Robot Tanner McLag, thank you for the 100 bits. Mustangs, Skim Milk, Pink Telephone Hat, Zoltama, Mustangs, Snickers, Zoltama, Skim Milk, Stevie Wonder McLag, thank you for the 100 bits. Steph Schmerda, thank you for the 17 months. Saturn Ring, thank you for the 26 months. Combustible Goat, Pink Telephone Hat, Leica, Mustangs, Robot Tanner, Zoltama, Pink Telephone Hat, thank you for the 100 bits. Wave, thank you for the 30 months. Rained, Pugson, Pink Telephone Hat, Zoltama, thank you for the 100 bits. Ragged Edge, thank you for the 15 months. Just Another Sheep, Bubbles, Leica, Pink Telephone Hat, Zoltama, Pink Telephone Hat, thank you for the 100 bits. Alright, I think we're caught up there. Alright, not a bad level there, pretty solid. What was that? Sub-random? The Mumble Rap God. Oh yeah. It's me. Alright, sub next. Here we go. Springy Rubber. I feel like there was something I was going to say, but I forgot. Happy Marten Day. It's March 12th. Celebrate Marten Day in the most obvious way possible by grabbing 10 coins. Do I think Zach Levine should get maxed? Probably. I mean, when you consider other guys who have gotten maxed before him, I'd say he deserves it. Marten. Okay, you can't go in there. Wait a minute. What? Do I need a mushroom?
Don't tell me where hidden shit is, guys. Now I'm not gonna use the hidden shit. You're checking something in your little program that let you see the levels and you think you're so slick. Don't. That is not the point. You're ruining the game. You are not helping.
I need... Do I not need the... Yeah, it has to be all of them. Oh, I'm supposed to use the boxes here. Maybe. Technically, you can just like soft lock yourself in here, right? Okay, wow, thank you for that great message. Wonderful. Solid. Oh yeah, the donut's at the bottom. I guess that's right.
5 years
Okay.
of great content. Love the stream and hope you're well done.
Sub
Yo, you
random.
are sexy. I do like you more attractive than my bald wife. I hope one day I am your favorite viewer. Well, I keep donating so.
Mithra Bay.
What is everyone's
no
favorite
code.
donut?
Do you have a code, Mithra Bay? Alright, no code. Let's do another try. Marvin Beach Mouse. You sent the code but got auto-modded? Oh. Well, we'll do your level next. Remind me after this. Oh, I see it. Yeah, okay. Alright, we'll do your level next. The Skywalker by Korean. 5-2 music. Griegs in the Hall of the Mountain King. Made by Lego Mario. Awesome. Oh, I need to wait on that one. Okay. Interesting setup here for the ground too. Oops. Swear I pushed up. I guess not. Okay, cool level. Very cool. Alright. That was a sub-random, but we're gonna do Mithra Bay's level right now. And then red wall. No Fun Ghost House. IK's new favorite level. Hope you have fun. Also versus friendly. Alright, thank you for all the letters tonight. That's so good. Oh my god. Come on.
Hashtag Team Micropenizes. 8D. No shaft. Just balls and tip. Hashtag Team Micropenizes. 8D. No shaft. Just balls and tip. Hashtag Team Micropenizes. 8D. No shaft. Just balls and tip. Hashtag Team Micropenizes. 8D. No shaft. Just balls and tip. Hashtag Team Micropenizes. 8D. No shaft. Just balls and tip. Hashtag Team Micropenizes. 8D. No shaft. Just balls and tip. Hashtag Team Micropenizes. 8D. No shaft. Just balls and tip. Hashtag Team Micropenizes. 8D. No shaft. Just balls and tip. Hashtag Team Micropenizes. 8D. No shaft. Just balls and tip. Do you think that Yen Cent Pound gets embarrassed when Omega registered copyright trademark? Sorry if this by Omicron's anyone, but I thought Invertical Bar was you a cute broken bar, haha. And I would like to know if any diaresis have any idiaresis greater than or equal to Invertical Bar of Yen Cent Pound looking nervous or closing parenthesis I just want to ... for Omega A ring, haha. Another thing I circumflex is what do you acute delta beta gamma smells like, haha. I'm just opening parenthesis less than or equal to y diaresis, haha. I would like to ... inverted question mark. Press 1 for bearded aura, press 2 for clean shaven aura, and press 3 for any kind of aura. F F F F F F F F
Oh,
F
God.
F F F F F F F F F F F F F F F F F F F F F F F F F F F F F F
So I can just stand there at the beginning and like Chomp goes over me.
F F F F
Okay.
F F F F F F F F F F F F F F F F F F F F F F F F F F F F F F F F F F F F F F F F F F F F F F F F F F F F F F F F F F F F F F F F F F F F F F F F F F F F F F F F F F F F F F F F F F F F F F F F F F F F F F F F F F F F F F F F F. Pee pee poo poo, ha 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 ha. Fuck you chat club. Fuck you chat fire. Fuck you chat. Fuck you chat. Fuck you chat. Fuck you chat dot fuck.
Alright, yeah, I don't think
Fuck you chat.
I don't know what this trend is of just making anime spam levels, but they essentially come down to being just like trial and error, not really fun. I don't want to play them. 300,000 seconds. Quick Tom. Bubbles.
Roses are red, violets are blue. I want some cheese, and some broccoli too. Daffodils are white, carnations are pink. Chad needs a shower, because Chat you stink. Orchids are purple, hydrangeas are green. Do you think Yoshi gets embarrassed when he sees my micro-peen? 8D. No shaft, just balls and tip. 8D. No shaft, just balls and tip. 8D. No shaft, just balls and tip. 8D. No shaft, just balls and tip.
God, dude,
8D.
what?
The ambulance goes wee ooey 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 ooey
What is this, dude?
Hello.
Come on.
Lunafire. Hello. Quiet. Hello. Hello. Lomigai 319. Hello. Squee 43. Hello. BZSMM. Hello. JM Resplat. Hello. Bubbles underscore.
Okay, guys, calm down with your
Head underscore.
let's take over.
Hello. Olivig. Hello. Niclag underscore. Hello. Ragged Edge 82. Hello. Orator. Hello. CTR2 Yellowbird. Hello. Snickers. Hello. Ninteniums. Hello. Death Grip 69. Hello. Tyrolean. Hello. Ragged Edge 82. Hello. Capri 1230. Hello. Math Mistress. Hello. Vinegar Strokes Flumpkin. Hello. Bonsai underscore Schmonsai.
Alright, that should just about do it. Dude, what is this
Smile.
setup? Why?
Hello, or I am watching you since 2015 and not has much changed, so I'm leaving. Goodbye.
Alright, see you later. Oh, what the fuck is that?
Golden a switch, let's go goo go goo go goo ga goo ga go go ga 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 goo ga 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 go ga 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 go ga 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 goo go 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 ga ga go go go. On.
Okay. That should be explained better, but it's interesting at least. Like, you should probably put an arrow going through the vine. No, I don't know what the indicator you're
Micropenizes
trying
and
to
medical
say
devices
was.
and herbs and spices and Italian ices and micropenizes and medical devices and herbs and spices and Italian ices and
Cool level, though.
micropenizes and medical devices and herbs and spices and
Not bad.
Italian ices and micropenizes and medical devices and
Alright,
herbs
that
and
was-
spices and
was that
Italian
random all?
ices and micropenizes and medical devices and herbs and spices and Italian ices and micropenizes and medical devices and herbs and spices and Italian ices and micropenizes. 8D. No shaft. Silence Club.
Yeah, alright, sub next. Espalouse. Steak quiz. What's the best way to prepare a steak?
Slash.
Rare,
Silence Club.
medium, well done. Table. Yep, has to be table steak. This is not a real thing. I refuse to believe that.
Slash.
Well, usually I do get my table
Silence
steaks well
Club.
done, so.
Oh no!
Medium. Oh, that's right. There we go. Sure. Okay, that was a sub. Wait, was that sub next? That was, right?
Slash.
Yeah.
Yo, or what do you have to say to my 8D micro penis?
Sub random.
Excuse me, waiter? I would like to have your finest table steak cooked all the way done. Char that thing burned to a crisp almost. What? What do you mean table steaks aren't a thing? I think you are mistaken. Please get your manager. Yes, hello, this gentleman here doesn't know what a table steak is. What do you mean those do not exist? I am going to leave a
Kaizo
negative
light
review
burnout
on
syndrome.
tablesteakfoodies.com. No, I will not be dining here again. Thank you. I will see my bald head out. I missed Coop Thursday. Sad times. Let's hope we can have Coop next week.
Okay, cool. Oh, I gotta go all the way over there. Okay.
Music club, trashed and scattered again. I'm feeling so low. You waste your breath while fucking with me. My blood is so cold. My destination always is known. I'll find my way there. But goddamn motherfuckers always wasting my time. I won't be the victim, but the first to cast a stone. Sedated nights, to the barroom fights, as Metropolis takes its toll. And don't you try to stop me, it's a place you'll never know. Don't try to judge or take shots at me, I'll never let you seize control. Hello, Aura, can I refund my money because you are always scamming me, you bald bastard?
Nope, no refunds. Alright, cool level. Nice. Okay. That was was a sub. Next. No, that was sub random. Alright, sub next. Just another sheep.
You fuck you. Aura, will you be getting a booster box of the next Pokemon TCG expansion, Astral Radiance?
Probably. I don't know. We'll see. Spot find a difference.
Thank you to
Matchant.
Omaha Table Steaks for the finest well-done table
And you
steaks
tell
I've
me
ever
what is
had the
different.
pleasure
You
of
must do
ordering.
it.
Also, the free ketchup and ranch it came with added the perfect topping to my well-done table steak. Sorry, Aura. I had to take care of one of the legends in this chat. Our smile.
Okay, look at Zero with emote you spent a long time looking up.
According to a study conducted at the University of PA, bald men are believed to be more dominant and successful by people around them.
Huh?
Scientist Albert Emans, who is bald himself, recorded the reactions of people who were shown a series of pictures of men. The participants
I
were shown
can't
the
add it?
picture of one man twice, once with a full head of hair and then with his hair shaved off. All the respondents admitted that they found men with a shaved head to be more dominant, bigger and stronger.
No.
I want my money back, you bald bastard, or else I am calling lawyer.
Okay, go for it. I don't know, it says error, insufficient privilege, I don't know. It's not letting me add it. Not sure why. Alright, what is this?
Oh no.
Hmm? You have to be a sub to 7 TV. Oh. Alright, what is different? Seems like the third box is different. Something's a little bit off about
Want
it.
lick, bald shirt, bald head, want shirt, want lick, bald shirt, bald head, want shirt, drop it, lick, bald, want lick, bald. New shirt, change new shirt. Lick, bald, want lick, bald. New shirt, change new shirt. Japes bald.
Okay. I don't really see a difference here. Let's go with this one.
Our middle at me? Well, our middle at you chat.
I guess it's not
Our
that
middle
one.
at me? Well, our middle at you chat. Our middle at me? Well, our middle at you chat. Our middle at me? Well, our middle at you chat. Our middle at me? Well, our middle at you chat. Our middle at me? Well, our middle at you chat. Our middle at me? Well, our middle at you chat. Our middle at me? Well, our middle at you chat. Our middle at me? Well, our middle at you chat. Our middle at me? Well, our middle at you chat. Our middle at me? Well, our middle at you chat. Fuck you, have a great night. Or did you know that you are bald?
Oh no.
I had no idea. Was that other room just a copy of the... It might be a copy of this room. Yeah.
Power out of here.
Yeah. All of these look the same to me.
This level inspires joy.
For who?
7,777 quadrillion 777 trillion 777 billion 777 million 777,777 Ukrainian hryvnia 77 kopyuk 7 quintillion 777 quadrillion 777 trillion 777 billion 777 million 777,777 Ukrainian hryvnia 77 kopyuk 7 quintillion 777 quadrillion 777 trillion 777 billion.
Oh right, this one's longer.
Sun with base. cloud, sun
Was not
behind
paying
cloud,
attention.
sunrise over mountains, bald man playing a children's game losing, sun with face, cloud, sun behind cloud, sunrise over mountains, bald man mobbing in co-op and calling everyone else idiots, sun with face, cloud, sun behind cloud, sunrise over mountains, bald man blaming his controller for his substandard gameplay, sun with face, cloud, sun behind cloud, sunrise over mountains, bald man frustrated about a terrible Nintendo Direct,
Well, I mean,
sun with face, cloud, sun behind cloud.
there needs to be a third
sunrise over
option here.
mountains, bald
They're
man quitting
different.
Minecraft forever because a creeper blew up his storage because he left the door open.
I see what's
sun with
different.
Face, cloud, sun
I-
behind cloud, sunrise over mountains, bald man sitting in
Is it
fourth
which
place
one
in
has
Mario
more
Party and being a sore loser.
white no
Sun with
blocks?
face, cloud, sun behind cloud, sunrise over mountains. Our smile. $888 quadragentillion 888 quadragentillion 888 unquadragentillion 888 quadragentillion 888 novemtrigentillion 888 octotrigentillion 888 septentrigentillion 888 sextrigentillion 888 quintrigentillion 888 quattuortrigentillion 888 tetragentillion 888 ootrigentillion 888 untrigentillion 888 trigentillion 888 novemvigentillion 888 octavigentillion 888 septvigentillion 888 sexvigentillion 888 quinvigentillion 888 quattuorvigentillion 888 trivigentillion 888 duovigentillion 888 unvigentillion 888 vigentillion 888 novemdecillion 888 octodecillion 888 septendecillion 888 sexdecillion 888 quindecillion 888 quattuordecillion 888 redecillion 888 duodecillion 888 undecillion 888 decillion 888 nonillion 888 octillion 888 septillion 888 sextillion 888 quintillion 888 quadrillion 888 trillion 888 billion 888 million 888,888, comma 8, 88, 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 comma 88, don't trigentillion 888 trigentillion 888 novemvigentillion 888 octavigentillion 888 sexvigentillion 888 sexvigentillion 888 quinvigentillion 888 quattuorvigentillion 888 trivigentillion 888 duovigentillion 888 unvigentillion 888 vigentillion 888 novemdecillion 888 octodecillion 888 septendecillion 888 sexdecillion 888 quindecillion 888 quattuordecillion 888 redecillion 888 duodecillion 888 undecillion 888 decillion 888 nonillion 888 octillion 888 septillion 888 sextillion 888 quintillion 888 quadrillion 888 trillion
Wait, do I go in here now?
888,888,888. Happy 21 months, Sour Captain. Soft serve ice cream. Math Club. 1 times 2 times 3 times 4 times 5 times 6 times 7 times 8 times 9 times 10 times 11 times 12 times 13 times 14 times 15 times 16 times 17 times 18 times 19 times 20 times 21 times 22 times 23 times 24 times 25 times 26 times 27 times 28 times 29 times 30 times 31 times 32 times 33 times 34 times 35 times 36 times 37 times 38 times 39 times 40 times 41 times 42 times 43 times 44 times 45 times 46 times 47 times 48 times 49 times 50 equals 304154093201608136786441567676126068443776415664157674689960512000000000000. Everyone in chat liked troll levels a lot. But the bald man, who lived in featuring Worth, Texas, did not. Bald man hated Lido. And hard levels too. But please don't ask why, he just gives them a boo. It could be, perhaps, that his scalp had no hair. It could be from Tanner and Sarah's affair. But thinking of the most likely reason I can, is that he kept losing troll levels, because of his controller, man. Give my money back, you bald bastard. I'm calling the lawyer now, you have problem. "12 months baby, let's go." Oh.
Oh yeah, Mario time.
Mario time. We did it. Wow. Well. I'm just not gonna like it or do it. Too many soft locks. Or just, you know, pick a path. I guess it wasn't technically pick a path, there was at least one pick a path though. Wasn't awful. Anyways. Next level. Sub-random. Fan socks. Santa's busy night. Hashtag DGR12GOC. Get a gift from the sleigh, hop down the chimney, and drop it under the tree.
Fuck Lido, 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 fuck.
No, stop. So, what am I doing here?
It's Christmas already?
I guess we have to go down the chimney of all of these houses.
When chat says my TTS is awful and ruins the stream, I get a semi-rigid boner boner bo bo boner bo 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 boner bo boner 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 bo bo boner bo 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 boner bo boner 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 bo bo boner bo 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 boner bo boner 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 bo bo boner bo 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 boner bo boner 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 bo bo boner bo 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 boner bo boner 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 bo bo boner bo 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 boner bo boner 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 bo bo boner bo bo boner bo boner.
Interesting concept, though.
Sup.
Yo.
This guy thinks he's a gamer. He's just like the baldest Mario player on this planet. Jesus. When will he admit it? Can we make it clear? Does anyone want to kiss Bald Man Baldhead? Who actually wants to kiss Bald Man Baldhead? I think the world would be a better place if he just opened a kissing booth, you know, probably outside his Dallas featuring Worth mansion, and let us kiss Baldhead for 100 bits for the good of the world. I want kiss Bald Man Baldhead. Fuck Lido. Just joking, I like Lido, I like Lido, I like Lido, I like Lido. Fuck Lido, fuck Lido, fuck Lido.
I don't know what that was supposed to be. Weird setup. What did I tell you, Robot Tanner? Don't make me time you out for the rest of the day. Okay, what am I supposed to do now? Do I have to do this shit all at once and get 3 snowballs? Fuck, dude. No!
Although I say fuck you,
God
chat,
damn
it's
it,
a term
dude.
of endearment in this
So
chat.
annoying.
Have a great day? Nope, just say fuck you, chat. Got a new job? Hey, just say fuck you, chat. Grew hair overnight? Wow, fuck you, chat. Anyhow, fuck you, chat, and have pleasant dreams.
See, like, what am I supposed to do here? I'm just, like, soft locked? This is my issue with this
Imagine
room.
playing this garbage game every night, cack.
Whose level is this? Yeah, I don't think this is actually someone's level who... Yeah, this is dumb. I'm out. Interesting concept, but I mean, wildly flawed.
I love
Obviously.
you, Lido.
Okay. Alright, we're back to a random all. Rabbit BTW.
Anyone else want to hear something other than bullying or spam from TTS?
Icicle slippage. Slippery icicle jumps. Good luck, have fun.
Meat Club. Beats the meat is dropped at beats sweets 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 the meat. No. Fuck you, chat. 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 Except Rabbit Do. You're cool. Smile. Or please ban me. Fuku Lido.
Oh god. Alright. There you go. Both your accounts can be banned. Or timed out, at least.
Open the door, get on the floor, everybody walk the Bulbasaur. Open the door, get on the floor, everybody walk the Bulbasaur. Open the door, get on the floor, everybody walk the Bulbasaur. Open the door, get on the floor, everybody walk the Bulbasaur. Open the door, get on the floor, everybody walk the Bulbasaur. Open the door, get on the floor, everybody walk the Bulbasaur. Open the door, get on the floor, everybody walk the Bulbasaur. Hello Aura and chat, this is the governor of Alabama. I regret to inform you that our scientists have gone extinct. One of the Alabama beach mice accidentally put him in the microwave since he thought it was Jimmy Chunga. Our bad. We have sent Aura a statue of the beloved scientist to put on his front lawn to commemorate his life. We know we'll love the scientist as much as the Alabama beach mouse. We hope to see the scientist prominently displayed on his front lawn. User was banned for this post. What would you get with a 1,000,000-second timeout? I'll tell you what I'd get timed out, man. 2 accounts at the same time. Aura, please don't do this. I've been your faithful TTS lady for many years. Oh god, oh fuck, put the taser away, Aura. Chimichanga 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 chimichanga. Okay, Aura. You win. I'll do whatever you say. Aura, please no.
Okay, there we go. Sure, not too bad. Okay, let's see. Alright, that was random all. Let's do a sub next. Bun Bun Bunch. Did I watch the Witcher series? No. I haven't watched the series or played the games. If I was to do anything, I'd probably just play The Witcher 3, but I don't see that happening.
Hey, Aura, 4 big questions. The first question is, have you ever had a girlfriend?
Thousands. Super Ball Sealand.
The second question is, have you ever had sex?
No, still working on it. Someday.
My third question is, have you ever had hair?
Nope. Okay, what?
And what size condom you fit? Just asking for a friend. Orgasm, 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 orgasm 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 orgasm.
Yay, we did it. Alright, nice. Not a bad level. It was good, you know, the setups were more open-ended and you kind of had to figure out what you were doing. No, you don't need indicators there, it's fine, you know? Indicators are often overused. Just the design of the level should be able to tell the player what they're supposed to do without a bunch of tracks or arrows. But, and yeah, this one was fine. Okay. That was sub next, sub random. Fanatic Gamer 83. Treacherous Koopa Forest. Koopas and falling platforms enter at your
Hey,
own
there are 4
risk.
big questions. The first question is, have you ever got caught jacking off Slash?
Dude, I've never even met Slash. I told you this.
The second question is, what your favorite category on Pornhub?
Slash roleplay porn.
My third question is, have you ever kissed a woman?
No.
And my fourth question is, who's your favorite porn celebrity?
I don't know what porn is.
Congratulations on winning the Streamer Award tonight for banging Chat's mom.
Thank you. Been working hard on that one all year. Okay.
You definitely deserve the award. My mom had been having back troubles for years, and after only one visit from you, she's all better. Thanks.
Hey, no problem.
Survey time. 1 for beer, 2 for wine, 3 for hard liquor, 1 for beer, 2 for wine, 3 for hard liquor, 1 for beer, 2 for wine, 3 for hard liquor, 1 for beer, 2 for wine, 3 for hard liquor, 1 for beer, 2 for wine, 3 for hard liquor, 1 for beer, 2 for wine, 3 for hard liquor, 1 for beer, 2 for wine, 3 for hard liquor, 1 for beer, 2 for wine, 3 3 for hard liquor, 1 for beer, 2 for wine, 3 for hard liquor, 1 for beer, 2 for wine, 3 for hard liquor, 1 for beer, 2 for wine, 3 for hard liquor.
Okay. Not a bad level there. Pretty solid. Enjoyed it. Okay. Ziltama, thanks for the 100 bits. Video Game James, thank you for the 7 months. Pro Clasher Turtles, Street Stumper, thank you for the 100 bits. Mr. Leahy, thank you for the 7 months. Ziltama, Street Stumper, My Missing Hair, Ziltama, My Missing Hair, Espaloose, Soljian, My Missing Hair, Ziltama, Robot Tanner, Do, Ziltama, Soljian, Robot Tanner, thanks for the 100 bits. Push Mud, thank you for the 25 months. Ziltama, Robot Tanner, Pink Telephone Hat, thanks for the 100 bits. Whiskey Dingo, thank you for the 26 months. Ziltama, BZ, thanks for the 100 bits. Executioner, thank you for the 8 months. Robot Tanner, thanks for the 100 bits. Jerry Beans, thank you for the year. Welcome to the Golden A-Switch Club, Jerry Beans. And Robot Tanner, Pink Telephone Hat, thanks for the 100 bits. Death Grips, thank you for the 29 months. Maximum Warp, thank you for the 21 months. Snickers, thank you for the 100 bits. Cat and Cog, thank you for the 16 months. Pink Telephone Hat, BZ, thank you for the 100 bits. Super DuPont, thank you for the 41 months. Pro Clasher, thank you for the 2 years. Lonely Guy, Ziltama, Pink Telephone Hat. Robot Tanner, thanks for the 100 bits. Ulta Mike, thank you for the 4 months. Just Another Sheep, Kingdom Farts, My Missing Hair, Ziltama, Robot Tanner, Ziltama, Spicy Yellowtail Roll, thank you for
Hey
the
Aura,
100
can
bits.
you say happy birthday to my friend? His Twitch is my Dixie Wrecked.
Alec M88, thank you for the 42 months. Really appreciate it. My Missing Hair, Robot Tanner,
Your Dixie wrecked, your Dixie wrecked, your Dixie wrecked.
Mustangs, Pink Telephone Hat. Taco, thank you for the 100 bits. Phallus Requiem, thank you for the year. Welcome to the Golden A-Switch Club. Robot Tanner, thanks for the 100 bits. Gino, thank you for the 21 months. Skeptics, Dang It Bob, Pink Telephone Hat. Snickers, Skim Milk, thank you for the 100 bits. Edgewater, thank you for the 8 months. Taco, Mustangs, Pink Telephone Hat, Ziltama, Espaloose, thank you for the 100 bits. Pina, thank you for the 9 months. Snickers, thank you for the 100 bits. Blumpo, thank you for the sub. Welcome aboard. Mustangs, Robot Tanner, thank you for the 100 bits. Tyrolean, thank you for the, holy shit, thank you for the 5 years. Welcome to the Diamond A-Switch Club, Tyrolean. I don't know if Tyrolean's still here. That was actually like an hour ago. Missed it. But thank you very much, Tyrolean. And Snickers, thank you for the 100 bits. Porcupine Racetrack, thank you for the 20 months. Robot Tanner, McLag, Skeptics, Pink Telephone Hat, thank you for the 100 bits. Vineyard Oregon, thank you for the 8 months. Did I say that one already? Yeah, I think I did. Okay. Cabal Strategist, thank you for the 19 months. Really appreciate it. Is Tyrolean still here? Wonder if we'll see him at the next TwitchCon. I don't think
Hello,
he's still
sir.
here.
I heard this is a bank. I would like to withdraw all my rubles, please.
Let's see.
Scam me if you're gay, 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 scam.
There's nothing wrong with being gay, Jackson. Thanks for the 100 bits. Dom TTS. Okay. So up next.
Hey Ritter. I just wanted to say thanks for everything these past few streams. It's hard for me to watch you since you stream so late and I'm in college, but I just wanted to
Budster.
say both you and your community have made me laugh a lot when I needed it the most. You both rock. I love you, Ratur, never change. Same with you, chat. I love you. Y'all all rock. Less than 3. Also, I love the YouTube videos, Ratur.
Runes. Collect coins and escape.
Kayla, I have a question. What's your favorite number? Is it 1? Or maybe it's 2? Or maybe it's 3? Or maybe it's 4? Or maybe it's 5? Or maybe it's 6? Or maybe it's 7? Or maybe it's 8? Or maybe it's 9? Or maybe it's 10? Or maybe it's 11? Or maybe it's 12? Or maybe it's 13? Or maybe it's 14? Slash. Or maybe it's 15? Or maybe it's 16? Or maybe it's 17? Or maybe it's 18? Or maybe it's 19? Or maybe it's 20? Or maybe it's 21? Or maybe it's 22? Or maybe it's 23?
Oh no!
Or maybe it's 24? Or maybe it's 25? Or maybe it's 26? Or maybe it's 27? Or maybe it's 28? Or maybe it's 29? Or maybe it's 30? Or maybe it's 31?
Maybe.
Slash. Or maybe it's 32? Or maybe it's 33? Or maybe it's 34? Or maybe it's 35? Or maybe it's 36? Or maybe it's 37? Or maybe it's 38?
Yeah,
Or
could
maybe
be.
it's 39? Or maybe it's 40? Or maybe it's 41? Or maybe it's 42? Or maybe it's 43?
Oh no!
Or maybe it's 44?
Alright, this is stupid.
Or maybe
Next
it's
level.
45? Or maybe it's 46?
Just,
Or maybe it's 47?
um,
Or maybe it's 48? Slash. Or
100,000
maybe it's
seconds
49?
seems about right.
Or maybe
Guys,
it's
strive
50?
for quality.
Or maybe it's 51?
I don't want to play
Or
your
maybe it's
garbage
52?
super expert imitation levels.
Or maybe it's 53? Or maybe it's 54?
Like, I know that's all
Or
you
maybe
see when
it's
you watch this
55?
channel, but that's not
Or
good
maybe
level
it's
design.
56?
Okay.
Or maybe it's 57? Or maybe it's 58?
Or
Or maybe it's 59? Or maybe it's 60? Or maybe it's 61? Or maybe it's 62? Or maybe it's 63? Or maybe it's 64? Or maybe it's 65? Slash. Or maybe it's
Soap on a
66?
scope.
Or maybe it's 67? Or maybe it's 68? Or maybe it's 69? Nice. Or maybe it's 70? Or maybe it's 71?
Emotional
Or maybe
damage.
it's 72?
My first level, chase the mole
maybe
through
it's
the tunnel.
73?
Good luck, have fun.
Or maybe it's 74? Or maybe it's 75? Or maybe it's 76? Or maybe it's 77? Or maybe it's 78? Or maybe it's 79?
Tough to get momentum there.
Or maybe it's 80? Or maybe it's 81? Slash. Or maybe it's 82? Or maybe it's 83? Or maybe it's 84? Or maybe it's 85? Or maybe it's 86? Or maybe it's 87? Or maybe it's 88? Or maybe it's 89? Or maybe it's 90?
That's not what I was
Or
supposed to
maybe
do.
it's 91? Or maybe it's 92? Or maybe it's 93? Or maybe it's 94? Or maybe it's 95? Or maybe it's 96? Or maybe it's 97? Or maybe it's 98? Slash. Or maybe it's 99? Or maybe it's 100? Or maybe it's 101? Or maybe it's 102? Or maybe it's 103? Or maybe it's 104? Or maybe it's 105? Or maybe it's 106? Or maybe it's 107? Or maybe it's 108? Or maybe it's 109? Or maybe it's 110? Or maybe it's 111? Or maybe it's 112? Or maybe it's 113? Or maybe it's 114? Slash. Or maybe it's 115? Or maybe it's 116? Or maybe it's 117? Or maybe it's 118? Or maybe it's 119? Or maybe it's 120? Or maybe it's 121? Or maybe it's 122? Or maybe it's 123? Or maybe it's 124? Or maybe it's 125? Or maybe it's 126? Or maybe it's 127? Or maybe it's 128? Or maybe it's 129? Or maybe it's 130? Slash. Or maybe it's 131? Or maybe it's 132? Or maybe it's 133? Or maybe it's 134? Or maybe it's 135? Or maybe it's 136? Or maybe it's 137? Or maybe it's 138? Or maybe it's 139? Or maybe it's 140? Or maybe it's 141? Or maybe it's 142? Or maybe it's 143? Or maybe it's 144? Or maybe it's 145? Or maybe it's 146? Your Dixie wrecked, 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 your Dixie wrecked.
No, it's not right now.
Or maybe it's 147? Or maybe it's 148? Or maybe it's 149? Or maybe it's 150? Or maybe it's 151? Or maybe it's 152? Or maybe it's 153? Or maybe it's 154? Or maybe it's 155? Or maybe it's 156? Or maybe it's 157? Or maybe it's 158? Or maybe it's 159? Or maybe it's 160? Or maybe it's 161? Or maybe it's 162? Slash. Or maybe it's 163? Or maybe it's 164? Or maybe it's 165? Or maybe it's 166? Or maybe it's 167? Or maybe it's 168? Or maybe it's 169? Or maybe it's 170? Or maybe it's 171?
Okay.
Or maybe it's 172?
All right.
Or maybe
Not
it's
bad though.
173?
Pretty fun.
Or maybe it's 174? Or maybe it's 175? Or maybe it's 176? Or maybe it's 177?
It's not 100.
Or maybe it's 178? Slash. Or maybe it's 179? Or maybe it's
All right, back to
180?
random all.
Or maybe it's 181? Or maybe it's 182?
Charizard.
Or maybe it's 183? Or maybe it's 184? Or maybe it's 185? Or maybe it's 186? Or maybe it's 187? Or maybe it's
I already
188?
played this one.
Or maybe it's 189? Or maybe it's 190?
All right, feel free to
Or
put
maybe it's
something else in the queue,
191?
Charizard.
Or maybe it's 192? maybe it's
but I'm gonna move on to
193?
another
Or
person.
maybe it's 194? Slash. Or maybe it's 195?
Cat and Cog.
Or maybe it's 196? Or maybe it's 197? Or maybe it's 198? Or maybe it's 199? Or maybe it's 200? Or maybe it's 201?
Moving stairs,
Or
elevators
maybe
out
it's
of order.
202? Or maybe it's 203? Or maybe it's 204? Or maybe it's 205? Or maybe it's 206? Or maybe it's 207? Or maybe it's 208? Or maybe it's 209? Or maybe it's 210? Slash. Or maybe it's 211? Or maybe it's 212? Or maybe it's 213? Or maybe it's 214? Or maybe it's 215? Or maybe it's 216? Or maybe it's 217? Or maybe it's 218? Or maybe it's 219? Or maybe it's 220? Or maybe it's 221? Or maybe it's 222? Or maybe it's 223? Or maybe it's 224? Or maybe it's 225? Or maybe it's 226? Slash. Or maybe it's 227? Or maybe it's 228? Or maybe it's 229? Or maybe it's 230? Or maybe it's 231? Or maybe it's 232? Or maybe it's 233? Or maybe it's 234? Or maybe it's 235? Or maybe it's 236? Or maybe it's 237? Or maybe it's 238? Or maybe it's 239? Or maybe it's 240? Or maybe it's
Maybe.
241? Or maybe it's 242? Slash. Or maybe it's 243? Or maybe it's 244? Or maybe it's 245? Or maybe it's 246? Or maybe it's 247? Or maybe it's
That's just that annoying.
248? Or maybe it's 249? Or maybe it's 250? Or maybe it's 251? Or maybe it's 252? Or maybe it's 253? Or maybe it's 254? Or maybe it's 255? Or maybe it's 256? Or maybe it's 257? Or maybe it's 258? Slash. Or maybe it's 259? Or maybe it's 260? Or maybe it's 261? Or maybe it's 262? Or maybe it's 263? Or maybe it's 264? Or maybe it's 265? Or maybe it's 266? Or maybe it's 267? Or maybe it's 268? Or maybe it's 269? Or maybe it's 270? Or maybe it's 271? Or maybe it's 272? Or maybe it's 273? Or maybe it's 274? Slash. Or maybe it's 275? Or maybe it's 276? Or maybe it's 277? Or maybe it's 278? Or maybe it's 279? Or maybe it's 280? Or maybe it's 281? Or maybe it's 282? Or maybe it's 283? Or maybe it's 284? Or maybe it's 285? Or maybe it's 286? Or maybe it's 287? Or maybe it's 288? Or maybe it's 289? Or maybe it's 290? Aura. I've been calling you nonstop for the last 2 days. Why haven't you answered my calls? There is a new, experimental surgery that you are first in line to get. What the doctors will do is graft the pelts of as many Alabama beach mice as it takes to give you a full head of hair. Another positive outcome of this experimental surgery is that you will be able to successfully interbreed with Alabama beach mice. You can be solely responsible for bringing them out of endangered status.
Oh, that's amazing.
Slash. Or maybe it's 307? Or maybe it's 308? Or maybe it's 309? Or maybe it's 310? Or maybe it's 311? Or maybe it's 312? Or maybe it's 313? Or maybe it's 314? Or maybe it's 315? Or maybe it's 316? Or maybe it's 317? Or maybe it's 318? Or maybe it's 319? Or maybe it's 320? Or maybe it's 321? Or maybe it's 322? Slash. Or maybe it's 323? Or maybe it's 324? Or maybe it's 325? Or maybe it's 326? Or maybe it's 327?
Not too
Or
bad.
maybe it's 328?
A few of those
Or
are a
maybe
little
it's
bit annoying, but
329?
okay.
Or maybe it's
Not terrible.
330?
All right.
Or maybe it's
That was a
331?
random alt, right?
Or maybe it's 332? Or maybe it's 333? Or maybe it's 334? Or maybe it's 335? Or maybe it's
up next?
336? Or maybe it's 337? Or maybe it's 338? Slash. Or maybe it's 339? Or maybe it's 340? Or
Jimmy,
maybe it's
some person.
341? Or maybe it's 342? Or maybe it's 343? Or maybe it's 344? Or maybe it's 345? Or maybe it's 346? Or maybe it's
Destruction version
347?
2, ROM hack style
Or
level
maybe it's
fixed cheese.
348? Or maybe it's 349? Or maybe it's 350?
Could be.
Or maybe it's 351? Or maybe it's 352? Or maybe it's 353? Or maybe it's 354? Slash. Or maybe it's 355? Or maybe it's 356? Or maybe it's 357? Or maybe it's 358? Or maybe it's 359? Or maybe it's 360? Or maybe it's 361? Or maybe it's 362?
I guess we could just jump.
Or maybe it's 363? Or maybe it's 364? Or maybe it's 365? Or maybe it's 366? Or maybe it's 367? Or maybe it's 368? Or maybe it's 369? Or maybe it's 370? Slash. Or maybe it's 371? Or maybe it's 372? Or maybe it's 373? Or maybe it's 374? Or
Alright,
maybe
nice.
it's
Cool level.
375? Or maybe it's 376? Or maybe it's 377? Or maybe it's 378? Or maybe it's 379? Or maybe it's 380? Or maybe it's 381?
Nice.
Or maybe it's 382? Or maybe it's
Okay, that was
383?
sub next, right?
Or
Let's do
maybe
a
it's
sub random.
384? Or maybe it's 385? Or maybe it's 386? Slash. Or maybe it's 387? Or maybe it's 388?
Nurzak.
Or maybe it's 389? Or maybe it's 390? Or maybe it's 391? Or maybe it's 392? Or maybe it's 393.
Swamps and falling platforms.
Or maybe it's 394.
Don't die.
Or maybe it's 395. Or maybe it's 396. Or maybe it's 397. Or maybe it's 398. Or maybe it's 399. Or maybe it's 400. Or maybe it's 401. Or maybe it's 402. Slash. Or maybe it's 403. Or maybe it's 404. Or maybe it's 405. Or maybe it's 406. Or maybe it's 407. Or maybe it's 408. Or maybe it's 409. Or maybe it's 410. Or maybe it's 411. Or maybe it's 412. Or maybe it's 413. Or maybe it's 414. Or maybe it's 415. Or maybe it's 416. Or maybe it's 417. Or maybe it's 418. Slash. Or maybe it's 419. Or maybe it's 420.
Could
Or
be.
maybe it's 421. Or maybe it's 422. Or maybe it's 423. Or maybe it's 424. Or maybe it's 425. Or maybe it's 426. Or maybe it's 427. Or maybe it's 428. Or maybe it's 429. Or maybe it's 430. Or maybe it's 431. Or maybe it's 432. Or maybe it's 433.
Oh God.
Or maybe it's 434. Slash. Or maybe it's 435. Or maybe it's 436. Or maybe it's 437. Or maybe it's
I
438.
have to throw that up.
Or maybe it's 439. maybe it's
KYR
440.
Speedy, thank you very much
Or
for
maybe it's
the
441.
raid. Welcome in, everyone. Hope you guys
Or
are
maybe
doing
it's
all right. Hope the
442.
stream went well.
Or maybe it's
This is
443.
wonderful.
Or maybe it's 444. Or maybe it's 445. Or maybe it's 446. Or maybe
There's,
it's 447.
If you're just
maybe
joining
it's
us, one of my viewers
448.
is attempting to discern what
Or
my
maybe it's
favorite number is
449. Or maybe it's
through
450.
TTS.
Slash. Or maybe it's 451. Or maybe it's
So that is what we're
452.
listening to right now. Playing
Or
some
maybe it's
Mario.
453. Or maybe it's 454. Or maybe it's 455. Or maybe it's 456.
Thanks a lot, Speedy. Hope you're doing all right, man.
Or maybe it's 457. Or maybe it's 458. Or maybe it's 459. Or maybe it's 460. Or maybe it's 461. Or maybe it's 462. Or maybe
Did you
it's
pass my favorite number
463.
already? No, my favorite number is
maybe it's
somewhere in the
464.
billions.
Or maybe it's 465.
I don't know if we'll get there.
Or maybe it's 466. Slash. Or maybe it's 467.
What was Speedy playing
Or maybe
tonight?
it's 468. Or maybe it's 469. Or maybe it's 470. Or maybe it's 471. Or maybe it's 472.
Rocket League.
Or maybe
Really?
it's 473.
Minecraft and Rocket League.
Or maybe
okay.
it's 474. Or maybe it's 475. Or maybe it's 476. Or maybe it's 477.
See, I guess
Or
I'm just
maybe it's
supposed to ditch the shell there.
478. Or maybe it's
And spin jump.
479. Or maybe it's 480. Or maybe it's 481. Or maybe it's 482. Slash. Or maybe it's 483. Or maybe it's 484. Or maybe it's 485. Or maybe
It
it's
really feels like I can hit that if
486.
I hit it perfectly, but
Or maybe
okay.
it's 487. Or maybe it's 488. Or maybe it's 489? Or maybe it's 490? Or maybe it's 491?
I need
maybe
to
it's 492?
make sure the thwomp goes to the right, I think.
Or maybe it's 493? Or maybe it's 494? Or maybe it's 495? Or maybe it's 496? Or maybe it's 497?
Not 497.
Or maybe it's 498? Slash. Or maybe it's 499? Or maybe it's 500? Or maybe it's 501? Or maybe it's 502? Or maybe it's 503? Or maybe it's 504? Or maybe it's 505? Or maybe it's 506? Or maybe it's 507?
Okay, maybe I didn't
Or
need
maybe
the other
it's
one.
508?
No, I need... Okay,
Or
we're
maybe
good.
it's 509?
I thought I might need
Or
the other
maybe it's
thwomp, but I guess not.
510? Or maybe it's 511? Or maybe it's 512? Or maybe it's 513? Or maybe it's 514? Slash.
Alright.
Or maybe it's
Solid level,
515?
not bad. Cool.
Or maybe it's 516? Or maybe it's 517?
Okay.
Or maybe it's 518? Or maybe it's 519? Or maybe it's 520? Or maybe it's 521?
What was that?
Or maybe it's 522? Or maybe it's 523? Or maybe it's 524? Or maybe it's 525? Or maybe it's 526?
Alright, sub next,
Or
let's
maybe
go.
it's 527? Or maybe it's 528? Or maybe it's 529?
Did K Sabri do the crickets?
Or maybe it's
Yes, K
530?
Sabri is crickets, Alabama
Slash.
beach mouse.
Or maybe it's 531? Or maybe it's
Cyberpunk.
532? Or maybe it's 533? Or maybe it's 534? Or maybe it's 535? Or maybe it's 536? Or maybe it's 537? Or maybe it's 538? Or
Zonia's
maybe it's
Hourglass.
539? Or maybe it's 540? Or maybe it's 541? Or maybe it's 542? Or maybe it's 543? Or maybe it's 544?
Yes, K
Or maybe it's
Sabri is the
545?
originator
Or maybe it's
of the beach mouse
546?
meme.
Slash. Or maybe it's 547? Or maybe it's 548? Or maybe it's 549? Or maybe it's 550? Or maybe it's 551? Or maybe it's 552? Or maybe it's 553? Or maybe it's 554? Or maybe it's 555? Or maybe it's 556?
Wait,
Or maybe it's
am I doing?
557? Or maybe it's 558? Or maybe it's 559? Or maybe it's 560? Or maybe it's 561? Or maybe it's 562? Slash. Or maybe it's 563? Or maybe it's 564? Or maybe it's 565? Or maybe it's 566? Or maybe it's 567? Or maybe it's 568? Or maybe it's 569?
I'm
Or
pretty
maybe
sure
it's
it was K Sabri.
570? Or maybe it's 571? Or maybe it's 572? Or maybe it's 573? Or maybe it's 574? Or
Did
maybe
this
it's
guy start at 1?
575?
Yes, he started at 1.
Or maybe it's 576? Or maybe it's 577? Or maybe it's
What am I doing here?
578? Slash. Or maybe it's 579? Or maybe it's
That's probably
580?
what I gotta do.
Or maybe it's 581? Or maybe it's 582? Or maybe it's 583? Or maybe it's 584? Or maybe it's 585? Or maybe it's 586? Or maybe it's 587? Or maybe it's 588? Or maybe it's 589? Or maybe it's 590? Or maybe it's 591? Or maybe it's 592? Or maybe it's 593? Or maybe it's 594? Slash. Or maybe it's 595? Or maybe it's 596? Or maybe it's 597? Or maybe it's 598? Or maybe it's 599? Or maybe it's 600?
Oh my God, dude.
Or maybe it's 601? Or maybe it's 602? Or maybe it's 603? Or maybe it's 604? Or maybe it's 605? Or maybe it's 606? Or maybe it's 607? Or maybe it's 608? Or maybe it's 609? Or maybe it's 610? Slash. Or maybe it's 611? Or maybe it's 612? Or maybe it's 613? Or maybe it's 614? Or maybe it's 615? Or maybe it's 616? Or maybe it's 617? Or maybe it's 618? Or maybe it's 619? Or maybe it's 620? Or maybe it's 621? Or maybe it's 622? Or maybe it's
I don't know
623?
what the intended solution is here.
Or maybe it's 624?
Feels like I'm
Or
not gonna
maybe
be able
it's
to make it back over there.
625?
Whoops.
Or maybe it's 626? Slash. Or maybe it's 627? Or maybe it's 628? Or maybe it's 629? Or maybe it's 630? Or maybe it's 631? Or maybe it's 632? Or maybe it's 633? Or maybe it's 634? Or maybe it's 635? Or maybe it's 636? Or maybe it's 637?
Do I
Or
not
maybe
get
it's
another flutter?
638? Or maybe it's 639? Or maybe it's 640? Or maybe it's 641? Or maybe it's 642? Slash. Or maybe it's 643? Or maybe it's 644? Or maybe it's 645? Or maybe it's 646? Or maybe it's 647? Or maybe it's 648? Or maybe it's 649? Or maybe it's 650? Or maybe it's 651? Or maybe it's 652? Or maybe it's 653? Or maybe it's 654? Or maybe it's 655? Or maybe it's 656? Or maybe it's 657? Or maybe it's 658?
Oh my God.
Slash.
What?
Or maybe it's 659? Or maybe it's 660? Or maybe it's 661? Or maybe it's 662? Or maybe it's 663? Or maybe it's 664? Or maybe it's 665? Or maybe it's 666? Or maybe it's 667? Or maybe it's 668? Or maybe it's 669? Or maybe it's 670? Or maybe it's 671? Or maybe it's 672? Or maybe it's 673? Or maybe it's 674? Slash. Or maybe it's 675? Or maybe it's 676? Or maybe it's 677? Or maybe it's 678? Or maybe it's 679? Or maybe it's 680? Or maybe it's 681? Or maybe it's 682? Or maybe it's 683? Or maybe it's 684? Or maybe it's 685? Or maybe it's 686? Or maybe it's 687? Or maybe it's 688? Or maybe it's 689? Or maybe it's 690? Slash. Or maybe it's 691? Or maybe it's 692? Or maybe it's 693? Or maybe it's 694? Or maybe it's 695? Or maybe it's 696? Or maybe it's 697? Or maybe it's 698? Or maybe it's 699? Or maybe it's 700? Or maybe it's 701? Or maybe it's 702? Or maybe it's 703? Or maybe it's 704? Or maybe it's 705? Or maybe it's
I need to throw it later.
706? Or maybe it's
That's not a number. I feel like people have never been so happy to hear RRRR. Archer 100 slash. Or maybe it's 707? Or maybe it's 708? Or maybe it's 709? Or maybe it's 710? Or maybe it's 711? Or maybe it's 712? Or maybe it's 713? Or maybe it's 714? Or maybe it's 715? Or maybe it's 716? Or maybe it's 717? Or maybe it's 718? Or maybe it's 719? Or maybe Man,
it's
why is this-
720? Or maybe it's 721? Or maybe it's 722? Slash. Or maybe it's 723? Or maybe it's 724? Or maybe it's 725? Or maybe it's 726? Or maybe it's 727? Or maybe it's 728? Or maybe it's 729? Or maybe it's 730? Or maybe it's 731? Or maybe it's 732? Or maybe it's 733? Or maybe it's 734? Or maybe it's 735? Or maybe it's 736? Or maybe it's 737? Or maybe it's 738? Slash. Or maybe it's 739? Or maybe it's 740? Or maybe it's 741? Or maybe it's 742? Or maybe it's 743?
Ugh, this is so awkward.
Or maybe it's 744? Or maybe it's 745? Or maybe it's 746? Or maybe it's 747? Or maybe it's 748? Or maybe it's 749? Or maybe it's 750? Or maybe it's 751? Or maybe it's 752? Or maybe it's 753? Or maybe it's 754? Slash. Or maybe it's 755? Or maybe it's 756? Or maybe it's 757? Or maybe it's 758? Or maybe it's 759? Or maybe it's 760? Or maybe it's 761? Or maybe it's 762? Or maybe it's 763? Or maybe it's 764? Or maybe it's 765? Or maybe it's 766? Or maybe it's 767? Or maybe it's 768? Or maybe it's 769? Or maybe it's 770? Degree 8 for a quadragentillion 888 to a quadragentillion 888 on quadragentillion 888 quadragentillion 888 November Ragentillion 888 October Ragentillion 888 September Ragentillion 888 Sex Ragentillion 888 Quint Ragentillion 888 Quad Hour Ragentillion 888 Rat Ragentillion 888 to a Ragentillion 888 Ragentillion 888 Ragentillion 888 November Vigintillion 888 Octave Vigintillion 888 Sep Vigintillion 888 Sex Vigintillion 888 Queen Vigintillion 888 Quad Hour Vigintillion 888 Ray Vigintillion 888 Duo Vigintillion 888 Un
Wonder if I can do
Vigintillion
that. Just put more speed on it and it'll be less
888
awkward.
Novum Decillion 888 Octodecillion 888 Septendecillion 888 Sextecillion 888 Quintessilion 888 Quatortecillion 888 Tridecillion 888 Duodecillion 888 Undecillion 888
Okay, come on, that's just annoying.
slash. Or maybe it's 771? Or maybe it's 772? Or maybe it's 773? Or maybe it's 774? Or maybe it's 775? Or
No,
maybe
come
it's
on.
776? Or maybe it's 777? Or maybe it's 778? Or maybe it's 779? Or maybe it's 780? Or maybe it's 781? Or maybe it's 782? Or maybe it's 783? Or maybe it's 784? Or maybe it's 785?
Keep re-grabbing it
Or
now.
maybe it's 786? Slash. Or maybe it's 787? Or maybe it's 788? Or maybe it's 789? Or maybe it's 790? Or maybe it's 791? Or maybe it's 792?
Ugh, I hate this.
Or maybe it's
terrible.
793? Or maybe it's 794? Or maybe it's 795? Or maybe it's 796? Or maybe it's 797? Or maybe it's 798? Or maybe it's 799? Or maybe it's 800? Or maybe it's 801? Or maybe it's 802? Slash. Or maybe it's 803? Or maybe it's 804? Or maybe it's 805? Or maybe it's 806? Or maybe it's 807?
Is this normal? No,
Or maybe
this
it's
is not normal.
808? Or maybe it's 809? Or maybe it's 810? Or maybe it's 811? Or maybe it's 812? Or maybe it's 813? Or maybe it's 814? Or maybe it's 815? Or maybe it's 816? Or maybe it's 817?
How many people do you think stuck
Or
around
maybe it's 818?
from that raid?
Slash. Or maybe it's 819?
I'm gonna guess like
Or maybe it's 820?
5 might be still here.
Or maybe it's 821?
5 people out of
Or maybe it's
1300 or whatever it was.
822? Or maybe it's 823? Or maybe it's 824?
Oh my god, how did I miss that?
Or maybe it's 825? Or maybe it's 826? Or maybe it's 827? Or maybe it's 828? Or maybe it's 829? Or maybe it's 830? Or maybe it's 831? Or maybe it's 832? Or maybe it's 833? Or maybe it's 834? This TTS was sent at 12:52 a.m. EST. Slash. Or maybe it's 835? Or maybe it's 836? Or maybe it's 837? Or maybe it's 838? Or maybe it's 839? Or maybe it's 840? Or maybe it's 841? Or maybe it's 842? Or maybe it's 843? Or maybe it's 844? Or maybe it's 845? Or maybe it's 846? Or maybe it's 847? Or maybe it's 848? Or maybe it's 849? Or maybe it's 850? Slash. Or maybe it's 851? Or maybe it's 852? Or maybe it's 853?
Yeah.
Or maybe it's 854? Or maybe it's 855? Or maybe it's 856? Or maybe it's 857? Or maybe it's 858? Or maybe it's 859? Or maybe it's 860? Or maybe it's 861? Or maybe it's 862? Or maybe it's 863? Or maybe it's 864? Or maybe it's 865? Or maybe it's 866? Slash. Or maybe it's 867? Or maybe it's 868? Or maybe it's 869? Or maybe it's 870? Or maybe it's 871? Or maybe it's 872? Or maybe it's 873? Or maybe it's 874? Or maybe it's 875? Or maybe it's 876? Or maybe it's 877? Or maybe it's 878? Or maybe it's 879? Or maybe it's 880? Or maybe it's 881? Or maybe it's 882? Slash. Or maybe it's 883? Or maybe it's 884? Or maybe it's 885? Or maybe it's 886? Or maybe it's 887? Or maybe it's 888? Or maybe it's 889? Or maybe it's 890? Or maybe it's 891? Or maybe it's 892? Or maybe it's 893? Or maybe it's 894? Or maybe it's 895? Or maybe it's 896? Or maybe it's 897? Or maybe it's 898? Slash.
come on, dude.
Or maybe it's 899? Or maybe it's 900? Or maybe it's 901? Or maybe it's 902? Or maybe it's 903? Or maybe it's 904? Or maybe it's 905? Or maybe it's 906? Or maybe it's 907? Or maybe it's 908? Or maybe it's 909? Or maybe it's 910? Or maybe it's 911? Or maybe it's 912? Or maybe it's 913? Or maybe it's 914? Slash. Or maybe it's 915? Or maybe it's 916? Or maybe it's 917? Or maybe it's 918? Or maybe it's 919? Or maybe it's 920? Or maybe it's 921? Or maybe it's 922? Or maybe it's 923? Or maybe it's 924? Or maybe it's 925? Or maybe it's 926? Or maybe it's
God, I hate
927?
this setup. This is just awful.
Or maybe it's 928? Or maybe it's 929? Or maybe it's 930? Slash. Or maybe it's 931? Or maybe it's 932? Or maybe it's 933? Or maybe it's 934? Or maybe it's 935? Or maybe it's 936? Or maybe it's 937? Or maybe it's 938? Or maybe it's 939? Or maybe it's 940? Or maybe it's 941? Or maybe it's 942? Or maybe it's 943? Or maybe it's 944? Or maybe it's 945? Or maybe it's 946? Slash. Or maybe it's 947? Or maybe it's 948? Or maybe it's 949? Or maybe it's 950? Or maybe it's 951? Or maybe it's 952? Or maybe it's 953? Or maybe it's 954? Or maybe it's 955? Or maybe it's 956? Or maybe it's 957? Or maybe it's 958? Or maybe it's 959? Or maybe it's 960? Or maybe it's 961? Or maybe it's 962? Slash. Or maybe it's 963? Or maybe it's 964? Or maybe it's 965? Or maybe it's 966? Or maybe it's 967? Or maybe it's 968? Or maybe it's 969? Or maybe it's 970? Or maybe it's 971? Or maybe it's 972? Or maybe it's 973? Or maybe it's 974? Or maybe it's 975? Or maybe it's 976? Or maybe it's 977? Or maybe it's 978? Slash. Or maybe it's 979? Or maybe it's 980? Or maybe it's 981? Or maybe it's 982? Or maybe it's 983? Or maybe it's 984? Or maybe it's 985? Or maybe it's 986? Or maybe it's 987? Or maybe it's 988? Or maybe it's 989? Or maybe it's 990? Or maybe it's 991? Or maybe it's 992? Or maybe it's 993? Or maybe it's 994? Slash. Or maybe it's 995? Or maybe it's 996?
Man, why is that going so fast now?
Or maybe it's 997? Or maybe it's 998? Or maybe it's 999? Or maybe it's 1000? Or maybe it's 1001? Or maybe it's 1002? Or maybe it's 1003? Or maybe it's 1004? Or maybe it's 1005? Or maybe it's 1006? Or maybe it's 1007? Or maybe it's 1008? Or maybe it's 1009? Or maybe it's 1010? Slash. Or maybe it's 1011? Or maybe it's 1012? Or maybe it's 1013? Or maybe it's 1014? Or maybe it's 1015? Or maybe it's 1016? Or maybe it's 1017? Or maybe it's 1018? Or maybe it's 1019? Or maybe it's 1020? Or maybe it's 1021? Or maybe it's 1022? Or maybe it's 1023? Or maybe it's 1024? Or maybe it's 1025? Slash. Or maybe it's 1026? Or maybe it's 1027? Or maybe it's 1028? Or maybe it's 1029? Or maybe it's 1030? Or maybe it's 1031? Or maybe it's 1032? Or maybe it's 1033? Or maybe it's 1034? Or maybe it's 1035? Or maybe it's 1036? Or maybe it's 1037? Or maybe it's 1038? Or maybe it's 1039? Or maybe it's 1040? Slash. Or maybe it's 1041?
How am I supposed to do this? I had it
Or maybe
the
it's
first time perfectly.
1042? Or maybe it's 1043? Or maybe it's 1044? Or maybe it's 1045? Or maybe it's 1046? Or maybe it's 1047? Or maybe it's 1048? Or maybe it's 1049? Or maybe it's 1050? Or maybe it's 1051? Or maybe it's 1052? Or maybe it's 1053? Or maybe it's 1054? Or maybe it's 1055? Slash. Or maybe it's 1056? Or maybe it's 1057? Or maybe it's 1058? Or maybe it's 1059? Or maybe it's 1060? Or maybe it's 1061? Or maybe it's 1062? Or maybe it's 1063? Or maybe it's 1064? Or maybe it's 1065? Or maybe it's 1066? Or maybe it's 1067? Or maybe it's 1068? Or maybe it's 1069? Or maybe it's 1070? Slash. Or maybe it's 1071? Or maybe it's 1072? Or maybe it's 1073? Or maybe it's 1074? Or maybe it's 1075?
How is this
Or
on
maybe
Twitch
it's
recommended?
1076? Or maybe it's 1077?
Twitch scours the entire site for
maybe it's
the highest
1078?
quality streams.
Or maybe it's 1079?
Isn't it obvious for why
Or
they
maybe
chose
it's
this one?
1080? Or maybe it's 1081? Or maybe it's 1082? Or maybe it's 1083? Or maybe it's 1084? Or maybe it's 1085? Slash. Or maybe it's 1086? Or maybe it's 1087? Or maybe it's 1088? Or maybe it's 1089? Or maybe it's 1090? Or maybe it's 1091? Or maybe it's 1092? Or maybe it's 1093? Or maybe it's 1094? Or maybe it's 1095? Or maybe it's 1096?
How did I
Or
hit
maybe
that
it's
perfectly the first time?
1097?
Super annoying.
Or maybe it's 1098? Or maybe it's 1099? Or maybe it's 1100? Slash. Or maybe it's 1101? Or maybe it's 1102? Or maybe it's 1103? Or maybe it's 1104? Or
There we
maybe
go.
it's 1105? Or maybe it's 1106? Or maybe it's 1107? Or maybe it's 1108? Or maybe it's 1109? Or maybe it's 1110? Or maybe it's 1111? Or maybe it's 1112? Or maybe it's 1113? Or maybe it's 1114?
Okay,
Or maybe it's
figured it out.
1115? Slash. Or maybe it's 1116? Or maybe it's 1117? Or maybe it's
Just check one.
1118?
Okay.
Or maybe it's 1119? Or maybe it's 1120? Or maybe it's 1121?
So many weird
Or maybe it's
setups in Soul, dude.
1122? Or maybe it's 1123? Or maybe it's 1124? Or maybe it's 1125? Or maybe it's 1126? Or maybe it's 1127? Or maybe it's 1128? Or maybe it's 1129? Or maybe it's 1130? Slash. Or maybe it's 1131? Or maybe it's 1132? Or maybe it's 1133? Or maybe it's 1134? Or maybe it's 1135? Or maybe it's 1136? Or maybe it's 1137? Or maybe it's 1138? Or maybe it's 1139? Or maybe it's 1140? Or maybe it's 1141? Or maybe it's
What does this want from me? I
1142?
don't understand.
Or maybe it's
Another just very
1143?
strange setup.
Or maybe it's 1144? Or maybe it's 1145? Slash. Or maybe it's 1146? Or maybe it's 1147? Or maybe it's 1148? Or maybe it's 1149? Or maybe it's 1150? Or maybe it's
Okay.
1151? Or maybe it's 1152? Or maybe it's 1153? Or maybe it's 1154? Or maybe it's
Do I have to
1155?
stay in front of this thing?
Or maybe it's 1156? Or
That's
maybe
probably
it's
what I have to do.
1157? Or maybe it's 1158? Or maybe it's 1159? Or maybe it's 1160? Slash. Or maybe it's 1161? Or maybe it's 1162? Or maybe it's 1163? Or maybe it's 1164? Or maybe it's 1165? Or maybe it's 1166? Or maybe it's 1167? Or maybe it's
Dude,
1168?
what?
Or maybe it's 1169? Or maybe it's 1170? Or maybe it's 1171? Or maybe it's 1172? Or maybe it's 1173? Or maybe it's 1174? Or maybe it's 1175? Slash. Or maybe it's 1176? Or maybe it's 1177? Or maybe it's 1178? Or maybe it's
Like, why don't I just kill it
1179?
before getting over there?
Or
Like,
maybe it's 1180? Or maybe it's 1181? Or maybe it's 1182? Or maybe it's 1183? Or maybe it's 1184? Or maybe it's 1185? Or maybe it's 1186? Or maybe it's 1187?
What?
Or
Come
maybe
on,
it's
dude.
1188? Or maybe it's 1189? Or maybe it's 1190? Slash. Or maybe it's 1191? Or maybe it's 1192? Or maybe it's 1193? Or maybe it's
Dude, this level
1194?
sucks. This is horrible.
Or maybe it's 1195?
A lot of
Or
these
maybe it's
setups are so
1196?
terrible.
Or maybe it's 1197? Or maybe it's 1198? Or maybe it's 1199? Or maybe it's 1200? Or maybe it's 1201? Or maybe it's 1202? Or maybe it's 1203? Or maybe it's 1204? Or maybe it's
I don't know why they
1205? Slash. Or maybe it's
they're just run
1206?
over that. I don't know.
Or maybe it's 1207? Or maybe it's 1208? Or maybe it's 1209? Or maybe it's 1210? Or maybe it's 1211? Or maybe it's 1212? Or maybe it's 1213? Or maybe it's 1214?
See, why do they die there? and they
Or
don't
maybe
die
it's
before?
1215?
Sometimes.
Or maybe it's 1216? Or maybe it's 1217? Or maybe it's 1218? Or maybe it's 1219? Or maybe it's 1220? Slash. Or maybe it's 1221? Or maybe it's 1222? Or maybe it's 1223? Or maybe it's 1224? Or maybe it's 1225? Or maybe it's 1226?
Okay, I think I see what we're
Or
doing.
maybe it's 1227? Or maybe it's 1228? Or maybe it's 1229? Or maybe it's 1230? Or maybe it's 1231? Or maybe it's 1232? Or maybe it's 1233? Or maybe it's 1234? Or maybe it's 1235? Slash. Or maybe it's 1236? Or maybe it's 1237? Or maybe it's 1238? Or maybe it's 1239? Or maybe it's 1240? Or maybe it's 1241? Or maybe it's 1242? Or maybe it's 1243? Or maybe it's 1244? Or maybe it's 1245? Or maybe it's 1246? Or maybe it's 1247? Or maybe it's 1248? Or maybe it's 1249? Or maybe it's 1250? Just making note of the time. It's currently 11:53 p.m. and TTS just got to 100. Slash. Or maybe it's 1251? Or maybe it's 1252? Or maybe it's 1253? Or maybe it's 1254? Or maybe it's 1255? Or maybe it's 1256? Or maybe it's 1257? Or maybe it's 1258?
What?
Or maybe it's 1259? Or maybe it's 1260? Or maybe it's 1261? Or maybe it's 1262? Or maybe it's 1263. Or maybe it's 1264. Or maybe it's 1265. Slash. Or maybe it's 1266. Or maybe it's 1267. Or maybe it's 1268. Or maybe it's 1269. Or maybe it's 1270. Or maybe it's 1271. Or maybe it's 1272. Or maybe it's 1273. Or maybe it's 1274. Or maybe it's 1275. Or maybe it's 1276. Or maybe it's 1277. Or maybe it's 1278. Or maybe it's 1279. Or maybe it's 1280. Slash. Or maybe it's 1281. Or maybe it's 1282. Or maybe it's 1283. Or maybe it's 1284. Or maybe it's 1285.
Where's the other pal, man?
Or maybe it's 1286. Or maybe it's 1287. Or maybe it's 1288. Or maybe it's 1289. Or maybe it's 1290. Or maybe it's 1291. Or maybe it's 1292. Or maybe it's 1293. Or maybe it's 1294. Or maybe it's 1295. Slash. Or maybe it's 1296. Or maybe it's 1297. Or maybe it's 1298. Or maybe it's 1299. Or maybe it's 1300. Or maybe it's 1301. Or maybe it's 1302. Or maybe it's 1303. Or maybe it's 1304. Or maybe it's 1305. Or maybe it's 1306. Or maybe it's 1307. Or maybe it's 1308. Or maybe it's 1309. Or maybe it's 1310. Slash. Or maybe it's 1311.
Oh my god, I had it.
Or maybe
I didn't even know what I was doing.
1312. Or maybe it's 1313.
I was gonna have to jump on the other bullet.
Or maybe it's 1314. Or maybe it's 1315. Or maybe it's 1316. Or maybe it's 1317.
Damn.
Or maybe it's 1318. Or maybe it's 1319. Or maybe it's 1320. Or maybe it's 1321. Or maybe it's 1322. Or maybe it's 1323. Or maybe it's 1324. Or maybe it's 1325. Slash. Or maybe it's 1326. Or maybe it's 1327. Or maybe it's 1328. Or maybe it's 1329. Or maybe it's 1330. Or maybe it's 1331. Or maybe it's 1332. Or maybe it's
somehow that works.
1333. Or maybe it's 1334. Or maybe it's 1335. Or maybe it's 1336. Or maybe it's 1337. Or maybe it's 1338. Or maybe it's 1339. Or maybe it's 1340. Slash. Or maybe you prefer letters instead? Maybe your favorite letter is A? Or maybe it's B? Or maybe it's C? Or maybe it's D? Or maybe it's E? Or maybe it's F? F, as in, F you chant? Our smile. Slash. Or maybe it's 1341? Or maybe it's 1342? Or maybe it's 1343? Or maybe it's 1344? Or maybe it's 1345? Or maybe it's 1346? Or maybe it's 1347? Or maybe it's 1348? Or maybe it's
Come
1349?
on, dude.
Or maybe it's 1350? Or maybe it's 1351? Or maybe it's 1352? Or maybe it's 1353? Or maybe it's 1354? Or maybe it's 1355? Slash. Or maybe it's 1356? Or maybe it's 1357?
What?
Or maybe it's
The bomb didn't blow up
1358?
the ice block.
Or maybe it's 1359?
What?
Or maybe it's 1360? Or maybe it's 1361?
What did I do wrong?
Or maybe it's 1362? Or maybe it's 1363? Or maybe it's 1364? Or maybe it's 1365? Or maybe it's 1366? Or maybe it's 1367? Or maybe it's 1368? Or maybe it's 1369? Or maybe it's 1370? Slash. Or maybe it's 1371? Or maybe it's 1372? Or maybe it's 1373? Or maybe it's 1374? Or maybe it's 1375? Or maybe it's 1376?
Oh, maybe I can hit that.
Or
hit the
maybe it's
second bomb before getting out of the path.
1377? Or maybe it's 1378? Or maybe it's 1379? Or maybe it's 1380? Or maybe it's 1381? Or maybe it's 1382? Or maybe it's 1383? Or maybe it's 1384? Or maybe it's 1385? Slash. Or maybe it's 1386? Or maybe it's 1387? Or maybe it's 1388? Or maybe it's 1389? Or maybe it's
Okay,
1390?
what now?
Or maybe it's 1391? Or maybe it's 1392? Or maybe it's 1393? Or maybe it's 1394?
What?
Or maybe it's 1395? Or maybe it's 1396? Or maybe it's 1397? Or maybe it's 1398? Or maybe it's 1399? Or maybe it's 1400? Slash. Or maybe it's 1401? Or maybe it's 1402? Or maybe it's 1403? Or maybe it's 1404? Or maybe it's 1405? Or maybe it's 1406? Or maybe it's 1407? Or maybe it's 1408? Or maybe it's 1409? Or maybe it's 1410? Or maybe it's 1411?
So we basically got
Or
this
maybe
now.
it's
It's not too difficult
1412?
once you know what you're
Or
doing.
maybe it's 1413?
Apparently, this is going to be like a
Or
running.
maybe it's 1414? Or maybe it's 1415?
Oh, that's
slash,
horrible,
or
dude.
maybe
That
it's
is just awful.
1,416, or maybe it's 1,417, or maybe it's 1,418, or maybe it's 1,419, or maybe it's 1,420, or maybe it's 1,421, or maybe it's 1,422, or maybe it's 1,423, or maybe it's 1,424, or maybe it's 1,425, or maybe it's 1,426, or maybe it's 1,427, or maybe it's 1,428, or maybe it's 1,429, or maybe it's 1,430, slash, or maybe it's 1,431, or maybe it's 1,432, or maybe it's 1,433, or maybe it's 1,434, or maybe it's 1,435, or maybe it's
Don't need
1,436,
$500 to skip the rest
or maybe
of
it's
the counting of those.
1,437,
Hmm.
or maybe it's 1,438,
Pretty good offer,
or
honestly.
maybe it's 1,439, or maybe it's 1,440, or maybe it's 1,441, or maybe it's 1,442, or maybe it's 1,443, or maybe it's 1,444, or maybe it's 1,445, slash, or maybe it's 1,446, or maybe it's 1,447, or maybe it's 1,448, or maybe it's
You donate
1,449,
600 to play them all again. Wow.
or maybe it's 1,450, or maybe it's 1,451, or maybe it's 1,452, or maybe
Sounds
it's
great.
1,453, or maybe it's 1,454, or maybe it's 1,455, or maybe it's 1,456, or maybe it's 1,457, or maybe it's 1,458, or maybe it's 1,459, or maybe it's 1,460, or maybe it's slash, or maybe it's 1,461, or maybe it's 1,462, or maybe it's 1,463, or maybe it's 1,464, or maybe it's 1,465, or maybe it's 1,466, or maybe it's 1,467, or maybe it's 1,468, or maybe it's 1,469, or maybe it's 1,470, or maybe it's 1,471, or maybe it's 1,472, or maybe it's 1,473, or maybe it's 1,474, or maybe it's 1,475, slash, or maybe it's 1,086, or maybe it's 1,087, or maybe it's 1,088, or maybe it's 1,089, or maybe it's 1,090, Or maybe it's 1091? Or maybe it's 1092? Or maybe it's 1093?
Oh, of course, the ball.
Or maybe it's 1094? Or maybe it's 1095? Or maybe it's 1096? Or maybe it's 1097? Or maybe it's 1098? Or maybe it's 1099? Or maybe it's 1100? Cheer 100. This TTS was sent at 12:57 a.m. Eastern Time and chat smells like dog shit. Or maybe it's fuck you chat.
Oh my god, it's a sub. Who was that?
Hi. Smile.
Someone stopped in and said, yes, I must subscribe to this channel. Content is incredible. 2 subs.
Cause we will never listen to Aura's rules. No. We will never do as Aura do. No. Know what we want and we get it from you, do what we like and we like what we do. Or maybe it's Orator? My favorite number is Orator. Cheer Orator. Smile. Slash. Or
Oh
maybe
man,
it's
I think maybe I could've gotten
1490?
one. I don't know.
Or maybe it's
Like a slight run and throw.
1491? Or maybe it's 1492? Or maybe it's 1493? Or maybe it's 1494? Or maybe it's 1495? Or maybe it's 1496? Or maybe it's 1497? Or maybe it's 1498? Or maybe it's 1499? Or maybe it's 1500? Or maybe it's 1501? Or maybe it's 1502? Or maybe it's 1503? Or maybe it's 1504? Slash. Or maybe it's 1505? Or maybe it's 1506? Or maybe it's 1507? Or maybe it's 1508? Or maybe it's 1509? Or maybe it's 1510? Or maybe
Yeah.
it's 1511? Or maybe it's 1512? Or maybe it's 1513? Or maybe it's 1514? Or maybe it's
was pushing up.
1515? Or maybe it's
I didn't
1516?
hear the little
Or maybe it's
door opening
1517?
sound though.
Or maybe it's
Can't open it.
1518? Or maybe it's 1519? Slash. Or maybe it's 1520? Or maybe it's 1521? Or maybe
Oh
it's
god, that's so annoying,
1522?
dude. So annoying.
Or maybe it's 1523? Or maybe it's 1524? Or maybe it's 1525? Or maybe it's 1526? Or maybe it's 1527? Or maybe it's 1528? Or maybe it's 1529? Or maybe it's 1530? Or maybe it's 1531? Or maybe it's 1532? Or maybe it's 1533? Or maybe it's 1534? Slash. Or maybe it's 1535? Or maybe it's 1536? Or maybe it's 1537? Or maybe it's 1538? Or maybe it's 1539? Or maybe it's 1540? Or maybe it's 1541? Or maybe it's 1542? Or maybe it's 1543? Or maybe it's 1544? Or maybe it's 1545? Or maybe it's 1546? Or maybe it's 1547? Or maybe it's 1548? Or maybe it's 1549? Slash. Or maybe it's 1550? Or maybe it's 1551? Or maybe it's 1552? Or maybe it's 1553? Or maybe it's 1554? Or maybe it's 1555? Or maybe it's 1556? Or maybe it's 1557? Or maybe it's 1558? Or maybe it's 1559? Or maybe it's 1560? Or maybe it's 1561? Or maybe it's 1562? Or maybe it's 1563? Or maybe it's 1564? Slash. Or maybe it's 1565? Or maybe it's 1566? Or maybe it's 1567? Or maybe it's 1568?
God, that's so
Or maybe it's
annoying, dude.
1569? Or maybe it's 1570? Or maybe it's 1571? Or maybe it's
There's no way I should
1572?
have not.
Or maybe it's
That shouldn't have worked.
1573? Or maybe it's 1574? Or maybe it's 1575? Or maybe it's 1576? Or maybe it's 1577? Or maybe it's 1578? Or maybe it's 1579? Slash. Or maybe it's 1580? Or maybe it's 1581? Or maybe it's 1582? Or maybe it's 1583? Or maybe it's 1584? Or maybe it's 1585? Or maybe it's 1586? Or maybe it's 1587? Or maybe it's 1588? Or maybe it's 1589? Or maybe it's 1590? Or maybe it's 1591? Or maybe it's 1592? Or maybe it's 1593? Or maybe it's 1594? Slash. Or maybe it's 1595? Or maybe it's 1596? Or maybe it's 1597? Or maybe it's 1598? Or maybe it's 1599? Or maybe it's 1600? Or maybe it's 1601? Or maybe it's 1602? Or maybe it's 1603? Or maybe it's 1604? Or maybe it's 1605? Or maybe it's 1606? Or maybe it's 1607? Or maybe it's 1608? Or maybe it's 1609? Slash. Or maybe it's 1610? Or maybe it's 1611? Or maybe it's 1612? Or maybe it's 1613? Or maybe it's 1614? Or maybe it's 1615? Or maybe it's 1616? Or maybe it's 1617? Or maybe it's 1618? Or maybe it's 1619? Or maybe it's 1620? Or maybe it's 1621? Or maybe it's 1622? Or maybe it's 1623? Or maybe it's 1624? Slash. Or maybe it's 1625? Or maybe it's 1626? Or maybe it's 1627? Or maybe it's 1628? Or maybe it's 1629? Or maybe it's 1630? Or maybe it's 1631? Or maybe it's 1632? Or maybe it's 1633? Or maybe it's 1634? Or maybe it's 1635? Or maybe it's 1636? Or maybe it's 1637? Or maybe it's 1638? Or maybe it's 1639? Slash. Or maybe it's 1640? Or maybe it's 1641? Or maybe it's 1642? Or maybe it's 1643? Or maybe it's 1644? Or maybe it's 1645? Or maybe it's 1646? Or maybe it's 1647? Or maybe it's 1648? Or maybe it's 1649?
Okay, finally.
Or maybe it's
Finally beat that level.
1650?
Wow.
Or maybe it's 1651?
I don't know.
It's
It was okay.
1652?
And there were some setups that were just
Or maybe it's
seemed to be
1653?
overly difficult
Or maybe it's
for
1654?
no reason.
Slash. Or maybe it's
Yeah, I mean, I guess I'll
1655?
give it a like. It's
Or
it
maybe
had
it's
some good setups and some setups that just
1656?
felt unnecessarily
Or
precise.
maybe it's 1657?
I don't know. Not the greatest.
Or maybe
but
it's
whatever.
1658? Or maybe it's 1659?
Let me
Or maybe
thank
it's
some people.
1660?
Opalo, thank
Or
you for
maybe
the
it's
gift sub. To Nell Democrat,
1661?
welcome aboard Nell Democrat.
Or
Vote
maybe
Tross,
it's
thank you for the 3 months.
1662?
Adgrog, thank you for the
Or
gift
maybe it's
subs. To Lazy Doc, Ryro,
1663?
Nate the Great, Jessica,
Or
TQ.
maybe it's 1664?
Thank you very much,
Or
Adgrog.
maybe it's 1665?
Adgrog, thank you for the 100 bits.
Or maybe it's
Magic Marker,
1666?
thank you for the 2 months.
Or maybe it's 1667? Or maybe it's
Adgrog, thank you for gift subs
1668?
to Dagoth and TLK.
Or maybe it's
Really appreciate it.
1669?
Drunken Sand, thanks for the 32 months. Adgrog, thanks for the gift sub to RCHMX. Terrible Kid Mike, thank you for the 21 months. Adgrog, thanks for the 100 bits.
888
Tyrus,
888
thank you for the 100 bits. Chicken Dog Face, thank you for the 100 bits.
Or maybe it's 1670?
Snickers, thank you for the 100 bits.
Or
Adgrog,
maybe
thanks for the
it's
100 bits. Gabriel Almond, thank you for the 2
1671?
months. Sin
Or
City Boy
maybe
J,
it's
thank you for the gift sub to Flame MK.
1672?
Thank you very much.
Or maybe it's
Monzo, thanks for the 100 bits.
1673?
Gabriel Almond, Gabriel
Or maybe
Almond,
it's
Gabriel Almond,
1674?
Gabriel Almond, Skim Milk.
Or maybe it's
Thank you for the 100 bits. Fresh Prince, thanks
1675?
for the 100 bits. Gabriel Almond,
Or maybe it's
Kildon, thanks for the 100 bits.
1676?
Combustible Goat, thanks for the 100 bits.
Or maybe it's
Cinecat, thank you for the 6 months.
1677? Or maybe it's 1678? Or maybe it's 1679? Or maybe it's 1680? Or maybe it's 1681? Or maybe
Crabs
it's
Go Pinch, Gaussian Goose, thank you for the 100
1682?
bits. eHarmony, thank you for the
Or
4
maybe
months.
it's 1683? Or maybe it's 1684? Slash.
Skim
Or
Milk,
maybe
thanks
it's
for the 100 bits.
1685?
White Shadow,
Or
thank you
maybe
for
it's
the gift sub to Lovely Farts.
1686?
White Shadow, thanks for the 100
Or
bits.
maybe it's
Zilly, thanks for the 100 bits. Fan
1687?
Times, thank you for the 11 months.
Or maybe it's
Super Boosta, thank you
1688?
for the 100 bits. Fresh Prince, thanks for
Or
the gift
maybe it's
sub to K Sabri. Welcome back, K
1689?
Sabri.
Or
Thank
maybe
you,
it's
Fresh Prince. Daemonium, thank you for the 100
1690?
bits. Ex
Or maybe
Soyala,
it's
thank you for the
1691?
sub. Welcome aboard.
Or maybe it's 1692? Or maybe it's 1693? Or maybe it's
Skim Milk, thank you
1694.
for the 100 bits.
Or maybe it's 1695.
Kill Don, thanks for
Or
100
maybe
bits.
it's
Rated R Riri, thank you for the year. Welcome to the
1696.
Golden Aswitch Club. Pushing
Or
the
maybe
Sky,
it's
thank you for the 43 months.
1697.
Jackson,
Or
Fresh
maybe
Prince,
it's
Skim Milk, thanks for the 100 bits.
1698. Or maybe it's
Springy Rubber, thank you for the
1699.
100 bits.
Slash. Or maybe it's
Stevie
1700.
Wonder, thank you for the 100 bits.
Or maybe it's 1701. Or maybe it's 1702.
Capri, thank you for the 100
Or maybe
bits.
it's 1703. Or maybe it's 1704. Or maybe it's 1705. Or maybe it's
Kill Don, thanks for the
1706.
100 bits. Skim Milk,
Or maybe it's 1707. Or
Catfish,
maybe it's 1708.
thanks for the 100 bits.
Or maybe it's 1709. Or maybe it's 1710. Or maybe it's 1711.
Polymono, thanks for the 100
Or
bits.
maybe it's 1712. Or maybe it's 1713.
Street Stumper,
Or maybe
thanks
it's
for the 100 bits.
1714.
Padres
Slash.
Fanatic,
Or
thanks for the
maybe
100
it's
bits.
1715. Or maybe it's 1716. Or maybe it's 1717.
Yeah, okay, I think we're caught up.
Or maybe it's 1718.
RCHMX,
Or maybe
thank you
it's
for the gift sub, really
1719.
appreciate it. Alright,
Or maybe it's 1720. Or maybe it's 1721. Or maybe it's
This was
1722. Or maybe it's 1723. Or maybe it's 1724. Or maybe it's 1725. Or maybe it's 1726.
alright,
Or
sub
maybe it's
random, let's do it.
1727. Or maybe it's 1728. Or maybe it's 1729. Slash. Or maybe it's 1730. Or maybe it's 1731. Or maybe it's 1732.
Why is it
Or
called
maybe it's
or maybe?
1733. Or maybe it's 1734. Or maybe it's 1735. Or maybe it's 1736. Or maybe it's 1737. Or maybe it's 1738. Or maybe it's 1739. Or maybe it's 1740. Or maybe it's 1741.
Whatever, sure.
Or maybe it's 1742. Or maybe it's 1743. Or maybe it's 1744. Slash. Or maybe it's 1745.
Alright, who's up next?
Or maybe it's 1746. Or maybe it's
Jester.
1747. Or maybe it's 1748. Or maybe it's 1749. Or maybe it's 1750. Or maybe it's 1751. Or maybe it's 1752. Or maybe it's
Aura's
1753.
haunted basement. Aura's
Or maybe it's
basement has been haunted by
1754.
something malevolent, but
Or maybe
tiny.
it's 1755. Or maybe it's 1756. Or maybe it's 1757. Or maybe it's 1758. Or maybe it's 1759. Slash. Or maybe it's 1760. Or maybe it's 1761. Or maybe it's 1762. Or maybe it's 1763. Or maybe it's 1764. Or maybe it's 1765. Or maybe it's 1766. Or maybe it's 1767. Or maybe it's 1768. Or maybe it's 1769. Or maybe it's
damn it, dude.
1770. Or maybe it's 1771. Or maybe it's 1772. Or maybe it's 1773. Or maybe it's 1774. Slash. Or maybe it's 1775. Or maybe it's 1776. Or maybe it's 1777. Or maybe it's 1778. Or maybe it's 1779. Or maybe it's 1780. Or maybe it's 1781. Or maybe it's 1782. Or maybe it's
Motherfucker,
1783.
dude.
Or maybe it's 1784. Or maybe it's 1785. Or maybe it's 1786. Or maybe it's
Why did I
1787.
do this?
Or maybe it's 1788. Or maybe it's 1789. Slash. Or maybe it's 1790? Or maybe it's 1791?
Maybe.
Or maybe it's 1792? Or maybe it's 1793? Or maybe it's 1794? Or maybe it's 1795? Or maybe it's 1796? Or maybe it's 1797? Or maybe it's 1798? Or maybe it's 1799? Or maybe it's 1800? Or maybe it's 1801? Or maybe it's 1802? Or maybe it's 1803? Or maybe it's 1804? Slash.
Weird
Or maybe
level.
it's 1805? Or maybe it's 1806? Or maybe it's 1807? Or maybe it's 1808? Or
Alright, we
maybe
did
it's
it, yay.
1809? Or maybe it's 1810? Or maybe it's 1811? Or maybe it's 1812? Or maybe it's 1813?
Not a bad
Or maybe
level.
it's 1814? Or maybe it's 1815? Or maybe it's 1816? Or maybe it's 1817?
Back to a random all.
Or maybe it's 1818? Or maybe it's 1819?
Pokemon opening was rad Thursday night. Hey, thanks. We'll have to do another one
Slash.
sometime.
Or maybe it's 1820? Or
I don't know
maybe it's
exactly when, though.
1821?
Santi
Or maybe it's
the Gaming
1822?
Man.
Or maybe it's 1823? Or maybe it's 1824? Or maybe it's 1825? Or maybe it's 1826? Or maybe it's 1827? Or maybe it's 1828? Or maybe it's
The Feast
1829?
of Souls begins now.
Or maybe
there
it's
will be paying
1830?
75%
Or maybe
on
it's
making this level.
1831? Or maybe it's 1832?
Okay.
Or maybe it's 1833? Or maybe it's 1834? Slash. Or maybe it's 1835? Or maybe it's 1836? Or
Ugh,
maybe it's
alright.
1837? Or maybe it's 1838? Or maybe it's 1839? Or maybe it's 1840? Or maybe it's 1841? Or maybe it's 1842? Or maybe it's 1843? Or maybe it's 1844? Or maybe it's 1845? Or maybe it's 1846? Or maybe it's 1847? Or maybe it's 1848? Or maybe it's 1849? Slash. Or maybe it's 1850? Or maybe it's 1851? Or maybe it's 1852? Or maybe it's 1853? Or maybe it's 1854? Or maybe it's 1855?
What?
Or maybe it's 1856?
What the hell
Or
is this
maybe it's
crap?
1857? Or maybe it's 1858? Or maybe it's 1859? Or maybe it's 1860? Or maybe it's 1861? Or maybe it's 1862? Or maybe it's 1863? Or maybe it's 1864? Slash. Or maybe it's 1865? Or maybe it's 1866? Or maybe it's 1867? Or maybe it's 1868? Or maybe it's 1869? Or maybe it's
Oh my
1870?
god.
Or maybe it's 1871? Or maybe it's 1872? Or maybe it's 1873? Or maybe it's 1874? Or maybe it's 1875? Or maybe it's 1876? Or maybe it's 1877? Or maybe it's 1878? Or maybe it's 1879?
Am I supposed to take damage here?
Slash. Or maybe it's 1880? Or maybe it's 1881? Or maybe it's 1882? Or maybe it's
This is lame.
1883? Or maybe it's 1884? Or maybe it's 1885? Or maybe it's 1886? Or maybe it's 1887? Or maybe it's 1888. Or maybe it's 1889. Or maybe it's 1890. Or maybe it's 1891. Or maybe it's 1892. Or maybe it's 1893. Or maybe it's 1894. Slash. Or maybe it's 1895. Or maybe it's 1896. Or maybe it's 1897. Or maybe it's 1898. Or maybe it's 1899. Or maybe it's 1900. Or maybe it's 1901. Or maybe it's 1902. Or maybe it's 1903. Or maybe it's 1904. Or maybe it's 1905. Or maybe it's 1906. Or maybe it's 1907. Or maybe it's 1908. Or maybe it's 1909. Slash. Or maybe it's 1910. Or maybe it's 1911. Or maybe it's 1912. Or maybe it's 1913. Or maybe it's 1914. Or maybe it's 1915. Or maybe it's 1916. Or maybe it's 1917. Or maybe it's 1918. Or maybe it's 1919. Or maybe it's 1920. Or maybe it's 1921. Or maybe it's 1922. Or maybe it's 1923. Or maybe it's 1924. Slash. Or maybe it's 1925. Or maybe it's 1926. Or maybe it's
Wonder what's in the
1927.
pipe.
Or maybe it's 1928.
Yeah,
Or maybe it's
I would say
1929.
generally there
Or
are some,
maybe it's
you know,
1930.
it's supposed to be a precision level.
Or maybe
There are
it's
some things in there that aren't
1931.
really that fun.
Or maybe
you
it's
know, like,
1932.
you know, duck sliding
maybe it's
through a one gapper as a
1933.
big Mario is not that fun.
Or maybe
it's
it's
just annoying.
1934. Or maybe it's 1935. Or maybe it's 1936.
Same with the duck
Or
slide
maybe
over
it's
the spike or whatever
1937.
to avoid the
Or
spike.
maybe it's 1938.
I don't know.
Or maybe it's
The rest of it's
1939.
fine, I guess. It's fine.
Slash. Or maybe it's 1940.
You missed
Or
me?
maybe it's
Oh, okay.
1941. Or maybe it's 1942.
Glad you're back.
Or maybe it's 1943. Or maybe it's 1944. Or maybe
Alright.
it's 1945. Or maybe it's 1946.
That was
Or
random
maybe it's
all. We're back to
1947.
sub next.
Or maybe it's 1948.
Guys, we're
Or
going to be
maybe it's
going
1949.
for
Or maybe it's 1950.
22.
Or maybe it's 1951. Or maybe it's 1952. Or
20
maybe
minutes
it's
to
1953. Or maybe it's
50 minutes
1954.
or so. Depending on
Slash.
where I
Or
feel
maybe
like
it's
leaving off.
1955. Or maybe it's 1956. Or maybe it's 1957. Or maybe it's 1958. Or maybe it's 1959.
And,
Or maybe it's 1960.
there
Or
will
maybe
not
it's
be,
1961.
you know,
Or maybe it's 1962.
non-stop TTS during Horizon.
Or maybe it's
Put that hat on
1963.
in the sub world. Remember
Or
to
maybe it's
smile. Any
1964.
smilers in chat? Smile.
Or maybe it's 1965.
All right.
Or maybe it's 1966. Or maybe it's 1967. Or maybe it's 1968. Or maybe it's 1969. Slash. Or maybe it's 1970. Or maybe it's 1971. Or maybe it's 1972. Or maybe it's 1973.
Oh yeah, you guys want to do a crossword.
Or maybe it's 1974. Or maybe it's 1975. Or maybe it's 1976. Or maybe it's 1977. Or maybe it's 1978. Or maybe it's 1979. Or maybe it's 1980. Or maybe it's 1981. Or maybe it's 1982.
Guess we're doing
Or
that.
maybe it's 1983. Or maybe it's 1984. Or maybe I was right the first time and it was 1.
Do I need to ride this? No, dude. Fuck. Oh, there's the raid from Speedy. When did that happen? Like an hour ago?
Aura,
Anyone still here
do you
from that
consider
raid?
yourself a living legend? I do, and I
Let me
strive
see
to
some
be like
Speedy
you every day.
emotes if you're here from the raid. I'd be surprised if we got like 5 people still here from that. Nope. They all bounced after like 2 minutes.
Congrats on winning Streamer of the Year.
Thank
It's
you.
about time you got rewarded for your hard work and putting up
I
with
agree.
us. Sent at 10:16 PST. So Aura, you finally did it. You finally fucked all our wives.
Hey, in there.
So what now? What will you do with no wives to fuck? Are you ready to admit Luca is the best player this year?
I feel like the streamer awards or whatever, like, it was all just fan voting, so it's just like whoever has the most people vote for them wins the award. That's kind of like, right? There's some Speedy emotes. Mark's got some, nice. That's the idea.
Slash. Or maybe it's 1985?
Sure. I mean,
Or maybe it's 1986? Or maybe it's 1987?
but it also is
Or
like
maybe it's 1988?
open to like
or maybe it's
rigging.
1989?
You could have someone kind of like hack it
Or
and
maybe it's
vote multiple
1990?
times.
Or maybe it's 1991?
It seems like it should
Or
just
maybe
be like
it's 1992? Or maybe it's
kind of like the
1993?
NBA All-Star reserves are selected.
Or maybe
you
it's
know, like
1994?
have a group of like
Or maybe
the
it's
top.
1995?
I
Or
don't
maybe
know.
it's 1996?
Maybe
or
not
maybe
even the
it's
top, but like
1997?
maybe like
Or maybe it's 1998?
top
or maybe it's
500 streamers or something
1999?
vote on who they think deserves to win for
Slash.
certain categories.
Or maybe it's 2000? Or maybe it's 2001? Or maybe it's 2002? Or maybe it's 2003? Or maybe it's 2004? Or maybe it's 2005?
I
Or
don't know.
maybe it's 2006?
anyways,
Or maybe
but I don't
it's
really know. I don't know who
2007?
won anything, honestly.
Or maybe it's 2008? Or maybe it's 2009? Or maybe it's
80.
2010? Or maybe it's 2011?
All right, not a bad level.
Or
There.
maybe it's 2012? Or maybe it's 2013? Or maybe it's 2014? Slash. Or maybe it's 2015? Or maybe it's 2016? Or maybe it's 2017?
Sub random. Let's do
Or
it.
maybe it's 2018? Or maybe it's 2019? Or maybe it's 2020? Or maybe it's 2021? Or maybe it's 2022? Or maybe it's
Alec
2023?
M88.
Or maybe it's 2024? Or maybe it's 2025? Or maybe it's 2026? Or maybe it's 2027? Or maybe it's 2028? Or maybe it's
Hazy shade
2029?
of winter, 'tis the season.
Slash. Or maybe it's 2030? Or maybe it's 2031? Or maybe it's 2032? Or maybe it's 2033? Or maybe it's 2034? Or maybe it's 2035? Or maybe it's 2036? Or maybe it's 2037? Or maybe it's 2038? Or maybe it's 2039?
Maybe.
Or maybe it's 2040? Or maybe it's 2041? Or maybe it's 2042? Or maybe it's 2043? Or maybe it's 2044? Slash. Or maybe it's 2045? Or maybe it's 2046? Or maybe it's 2047? Or maybe it's 2048? Or maybe it's 2049? Or maybe it's 2050?
Okay, what was supposed to happen there?
Or maybe it's 2051? Or maybe it's 2052? Or maybe it's 2053? Or maybe it's 2054?
Oh no!
Or maybe it's 2055? Or maybe it's 2056? Or maybe it's 2057? Or maybe it's 2058? Or maybe it's 2059? Slash. Or maybe it's 2060? Or maybe it's 2061? Or maybe it's 2062? Or maybe it's 2063? Or maybe it's 2064? Or maybe it's 2065? Or maybe it's 2066? Or maybe it's 2067? Or maybe it's 2068? Or maybe it's 2069? Or maybe it's 2070? Or maybe it's 2071? Or maybe it's 2072? Or maybe it's 2073? Or maybe it's 2074? Falkland Islands, 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 Falkland Islands.
Oh wait, he wants us to wall jump.
Falkland Islands, 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 Falkland Islands. Slash. Or maybe it's 2075? Or maybe it's 2076? Or maybe it's 2077? Oh, by the way, the Cyberpunk 2077 one wasn't me. Or maybe it's 2078? Or maybe it's 2079? Or maybe it's 2080? Or maybe it's 2081? Or maybe it's 2082? Or maybe it's 2083? Or maybe it's
You got me.
2084? Or maybe it's 2085? Or maybe it's 2086? Or maybe it's
Who did the
2087?
Cyberpunk one?
Slash. Or maybe it's 2088? Or maybe it's 2089? Or maybe it's 2090? Or maybe it's 2091? Or maybe it's 2092? Or maybe it's 2093? Or maybe it's 2094? Or maybe it's 2095? Or maybe it's 2096?
No, I did the same thing, dude. I
Or
need to
maybe
just
it's
jump over that.
2097? Or maybe it's 2098? Or maybe it's 2099? Or maybe it's 2100? Or maybe it's 2101? Or maybe it's 2102? Slash. Or maybe it's 2103? Or maybe it's 2104? Or maybe it's 2105? Or maybe it's 2106? Or maybe it's 2107? Or maybe it's 2108? Or maybe it's 2109? Or maybe it's 2110? Or maybe it's 2111? Or maybe it's 2112? Or maybe it's 2113? Or maybe it's 2114? Or maybe it's 2115? Or maybe it's 2116? Or maybe it's 2117? Slash. Or maybe it's 2118? Or maybe it's 2119? Or maybe it's 2120? Or maybe it's 2121? Or maybe it's 2122? Or maybe it's 2123? Or maybe it's 2124? Or maybe it's 2125? Or maybe it's 2126? Or maybe it's 2127? Or maybe it's 2128? Or maybe it's 2129? Or maybe it's 2130? Or maybe it's 2131? Or maybe it's 2132? Slash. Or maybe it's 2133? Or maybe it's 2134? Or maybe it's 2135? Or maybe it's 2136? Or maybe it's 2137? Or maybe it's 2138? Or maybe it's 2139? Or maybe it's 2140? Or maybe it's 2141? Or maybe it's 2142?
Not a bad level.
Or maybe it's 2143? Or maybe it's
Sure.
2144? Or maybe it's 2145? Or maybe it's 2146? Or maybe it's 2147?
Sub next.
Slash. Or maybe it's 2148? Or maybe it's 2149?
How much do you pay
Or
for a
maybe it's
message of this length?
2150?
Well, I mean, it's 100
Or
bits
maybe
every
it's
time a
2151?
new message gets sent.
Or maybe it's 2152? Or maybe it's 2153? Or maybe it's 2154? Or maybe it's 2155? Or maybe it's
Challenge,
2156?
Christmas in Alabama.
Or maybe it's
Please protect the beach
2157?
mice.
Or maybe it's 2158? Or maybe it's 2159? Or maybe it's 2160? Or maybe it's 2161? Or maybe it's 2162? Slash. Or maybe it's 2163? Or maybe it's 2164? Or maybe it's 2165? Or maybe it's 2166?
What the
Or
hell
maybe
does
it's
this do?
2167?
Why?
Or maybe it's 2168? Or maybe it's 2169? Or maybe it's 2170? Or maybe it's 2171? Or maybe it's 2172? Or maybe it's 2173? Or maybe it's 2174? Or maybe it's 2175? Or maybe it's
Alright, we left some beach mice
2176?
alive.
Or maybe it's
There it is.
2177? Slash. Or maybe it's 2178?
Alright,
Or
solid
maybe
level
it's
there.
2179? Or
Was it
maybe
sub
it's
next or sub right?
2180?
Sub next, right?
Or maybe it's 2181? Or maybe it's 2182? Or maybe it's
Sub-random.
2183? Or maybe it's 2184? Or maybe it's
Crabs
2185?
go pinch.
Or maybe it's 2186? Or maybe it's 2187? Or maybe it's 2188? Or maybe it's 2189? Or maybe it's 2190? Or maybe it's 2191?
Okay, Crabs
Or
go
maybe it's
pinch. You sent me your creator
2192?
code.
Slash. Or maybe it's 2193?
I guess we'll
Or
just do
maybe
this
it's
one.
2194? Or maybe it's
Unless you have another preference.
2195? Or maybe it's 2,196? Or maybe it's 2,197? Or maybe it's 2,198? Or maybe it's
I'm playing
2,199?
this one, whatever.
Or maybe it's 2,200? Or maybe it's 2,201? Or maybe it's 2,202? Or maybe it's 2,203? Or maybe it's 2,204? Or maybe it's 2,205? Or maybe it's 2,206? Or maybe it's 2,207? Slash. Or maybe it's 2,208? Or maybe it's 2,209? Or maybe it's 2,210? Or maybe it's 2,211? Or maybe it's 2,212? Or maybe it's 2,213? Or maybe it's 2,214? Or maybe it's 2,215? Or maybe it's 2,216? Or maybe it's 2,217? Or maybe it's 2,218? Or maybe it's 2,219? Or maybe it's 2,220? Or maybe it's 2,221? Or maybe it's 2,222?
What?
Slash.
What
Or maybe
the
it's
fuck is that, dude?
2,223?
Ridiculous.
Or maybe it's 2,224? Or maybe it's 2,225? Or maybe it's 2,226? Or maybe it's
I
2,227?
need that.
Or maybe it's 2,228? Or maybe it's 2,229? Or maybe it's 2,230? Or maybe it's 2,231? Or maybe it's 2,232? Or maybe it's 2,233? Or maybe it's 2,234? Or maybe it's 2,235? Or maybe it's 2,236? Or maybe it's 2,237? Slash.
All right,
Or
there we
maybe
go.
it's 2,238? Or maybe it's 2,239? Or maybe it's 2,240? Or maybe it's 2,241? Or maybe it's 2,242? Or maybe it's 2,243? Or maybe it's 2,244? Or maybe it's 2,245? Or maybe it's 2,246? Or maybe it's 2,247? Or maybe it's 2,248? Or maybe it's 2,249? Or maybe it's 2,250? Or maybe it's 2,251? Or maybe it's 2,252? Slash. Or maybe it's 2,253?
Okay, that works.
Or maybe it's 2,254? Or maybe it's 2,255? Or maybe it's 2,256? Or maybe it's 2,257? Or maybe it's 2,258?
All
Or
right,
maybe
solid
it's
level. Good stuff.
2,259? Or maybe it's 2,260?
Oh, we just leapt forward.
Or
an
maybe
hour.
it's 2,261? Or maybe it's 2,262? Or maybe it's 2,263?
All right.
Or maybe it's
I believe
2,264?
That brings us back to random all.
Or maybe it's 2,265? Or maybe it's 2,266? Or maybe it's 2,267? Slash. Or maybe it's 2,268? Or maybe it's 2,269? Or maybe it's 2,270? Or maybe it's 2,271? Or maybe it's 2,272? Or maybe it's 2,273?
Earthbound.
Or maybe it's 2,274? Or maybe it's 2,275? Or maybe it's 2,276? Or maybe it's 2,277. Or maybe it's 2,278. Or maybe it's 2,279. Or maybe it's 2,280. Or maybe it's 2,281. Or maybe it's 2,282. Slash. Or maybe it's 2,283. Or maybe it's 2,284. Or maybe it's 2,285. Or maybe it's 2,286. Or maybe it's 2,287. Or maybe it's 2,288. Or maybe it's 2,289. Or maybe it's 2,290. Or maybe it's 2,291. Or maybe it's 2,292. Or maybe it's 2,293. Or maybe it's 2,294. Or maybe it's 2,295. Or maybe it's 2,296. Or maybe it's 2,297. Slash. Or maybe it's 2,298. Or maybe it's 2,299. Or maybe it's 2,300. Or maybe it's 2,301. Or maybe it's 2,302. Or maybe it's 2,303. Or maybe it's 2,304. Or maybe it's 2,305. Or maybe it's 2,306. Or maybe it's 2,307. Or maybe it's 2,308. Or maybe it's 2,309. Or maybe it's 2,310. Or maybe it's 2,311. Or maybe it's 2,312. COUNTING.
Yay.
Slash. Or maybe it's 2,313. Or maybe it's 2,314. Or maybe it's 2,315. Or maybe it's 2,316. Or maybe it's 2,317. Or maybe it's 2,318. Or maybe it's 2,319. Or maybe it's 2,320. Or maybe it's 2,321. Or maybe it's 2,322. Or maybe it's 2,323. Or maybe it's 2,324. Or maybe it's 2,325. Or maybe it's 2,326. Or maybe it's 2,327. Xabrik 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 Sabery, thank you for the 100 bits. Slash. Or maybe it's 2,328. Or maybe it's 2,329. Or maybe it's 2,330. Or maybe it's 2,331. Or maybe it's 2,332. Or maybe it's 2,333. Or maybe it's 2,334. Or maybe it's 2,335. Or maybe it's 2,336. Or maybe it's 2,337. Or maybe it's 2,338. Or maybe it's 2,339. Or maybe it's 2,340. Or maybe it's 2,341. Or maybe it's 2,342. Slash. Or maybe it's 2,343. Or maybe it's 2,344. Or maybe it's 2,345. Or maybe it's 2,346. Or maybe it's 2,347. Or maybe it's 2,348. Or maybe it's 2,349. Or maybe it's 2,350. Or maybe it's 2,351. Or maybe it's 2,352. Or maybe it's 2,353. Or maybe it's 2,354. Or maybe it's 2,355. Or maybe it's 2,356. Or maybe it's 2,357. Slash. Or maybe it's
Didn't even see the spike, man.
2,358.
Why?
Or maybe it's
Why is that a spike?
2,359. Or maybe it's 2,360. Or maybe it's
annoying.
2,361. Or maybe it's 2,362. Or maybe it's 2,363. Or maybe it's 2,364. Or maybe it's 2,365. Or maybe it's 2,366. Or maybe it's 2,367. Or maybe it's 2,368. Or maybe it's
Could be.
2,369. Or maybe it's 2,370. Or maybe it's 2,371. Or maybe it's 2,372. Slash. Or maybe it's 2,373. Or maybe it's 2,374. Or maybe it's 2,375. Or
Oh.
maybe it's 2,376. Or maybe it's 2,377. Or maybe it's 2,378. Or maybe it's 2,379. Or maybe it's 2,380. Or maybe it's 2,381. Or maybe it's 2,382. Or maybe it's 2,383. Or maybe it's 2,384. Or maybe it's 2,385. Or maybe it's 2,386. Or maybe it's 2,387. Slash. Or maybe it's 2,388. Or maybe it's 2,389. Or maybe it's 2,390. Or maybe it's 2,391. Or maybe it's 2,392. Or maybe it's 2,393. Or maybe it's 2,394. Or maybe it's 2,395. Or maybe it's 2,396. Or maybe it's 2,397. Or maybe it's 2,398. Or maybe it's 2,399. Or maybe it's 2,400. Or maybe it's 2,401. Or maybe it's 2,402. Slash. Or maybe it's 2,403. Or maybe it's 2,404. Or maybe it's 2,405. Or maybe it's 2,406. Or maybe it's 2,407. Or maybe it's 2,408. Or maybe it's 2,409. Or maybe it's 2,410. Or maybe it's 2,411. Or maybe it's 2,412. Or maybe it's 2,413. Or maybe it's 2,414. Or maybe it's 2,415. Or maybe it's 2,416.
Oh, how
Or
did I not
maybe
get
it's
on that?
2,417. Slash. Or maybe it's 2,418. Or maybe it's 2,419. Or maybe it's 2,420. Or maybe it's 2,421. Or maybe it's 2,422? Or maybe it's 2,423? Or maybe it's 2,424? Or maybe it's 2,425? Or maybe it's 2,426? Or maybe it's 2,427? Or maybe it's 2,428? Or maybe it's 2,429? Or maybe it's 2,430? Or maybe it's 2,431? Or maybe it's 2,432? Slash. Or maybe it's 2,433? Or maybe it's 2,434? Or maybe it's 2,435? Or maybe it's 2,436? Or maybe it's 2,437? Or maybe it's 2,438? Or maybe it's 2,439? Or maybe it's 2,440? Or maybe it's 2,441? Or maybe it's 2,442? Or maybe it's 2,443? Or maybe it's 2,444? Or maybe it's 2,445? Or maybe it's 2,446? Or maybe it's 2,447? Slash. Or maybe it's 2,448? Or maybe it's 2,449? Or maybe it's 2,450? Or maybe it's 2,451? Or maybe it's 2,452? Or maybe it's 2,453? Or maybe it's 2,454? Or maybe it's 2,455? Or maybe it's 2,456? Or maybe it's 2,457? Or maybe it's 2,458? Or maybe it's 2,459? Or maybe it's 2,460? Or maybe it's 2,461? Or maybe it's 2,462? Slash. Or maybe it's 2,463? Or maybe it's
Oh, just missed it,
2,464?
man. Fuck.
Or maybe it's 2,465? Or maybe it's 2,466? Or maybe it's 2,467? Or maybe it's 2,468? Or maybe it's 2,469? Or maybe it's 2,470? Or maybe it's 2,471? Or maybe it's 2,472? Or maybe it's 2,473? Or maybe it's 2,474? Or maybe it's 2,475? Or maybe it's 2,476? Or maybe it's 2,477? Slash. Or maybe it's 2,478? Or maybe it's 2,479? Or maybe it's 2,480? Or maybe it's 2,481? Or maybe it's 2,482? Or maybe it's 2,483? Or maybe it's 2,484? Or maybe it's 2,485? Or maybe it's 2,486? Or maybe it's 2,487? Or maybe it's 2,488? Or maybe it's 2,489? Or maybe it's 2,490? Or maybe it's 2,491? Or maybe it's 2,492? Slash. Or maybe it's 2,493? Or maybe it's 2,494? Or maybe it's 2,495? Or maybe it's 2,496? Or maybe it's 2,497? Or maybe it's 2,498? Or maybe it's 2,499? Or maybe it's 2,500? Or maybe it's 2501? Or maybe it's 2502? Or maybe it's 2503? Or maybe it's 2504? Or maybe it's 2505? Or maybe it's 2506? Or maybe it's 2507? Slash. Or maybe it's 2508? Or maybe it's 2509? Or maybe it's 2510? Or maybe it's 2511? Or maybe it's 2512? Or maybe it's 2513? Or maybe it's 2514? Or maybe it's 2515? Or maybe it's 2516? Or maybe it's 2517? Or maybe it's 2518? Or maybe it's 2519? Or maybe it's 2520? Or maybe it's 2521? Or maybe it's 2522? Slash. Or maybe it's 2523? Or maybe it's 2524? Or maybe it's 2525? Or maybe it's 2526? Or maybe it's 2527? Or maybe it's 2528? Or maybe it's 2529? Or maybe it's 2530? Or maybe it's 2531? Or maybe it's 2532? Or maybe it's 2533? Or maybe it's 2534? Or maybe it's 2535? Or maybe it's 2536? Or maybe it's 2537? Slash. Or maybe it's 2538? Or maybe it's 2539? Or maybe it's 2540? Or maybe it's 2541? Or maybe it's 2542?
What's up, Chocolate Kid?
Or maybe it's 2543? Or maybe it's 2544? Or maybe it's 2545? Or maybe it's 2546? Or maybe it's 2547? Or maybe it's 2548? Or maybe it's 2549? Or maybe it's 2550? Or maybe it's 2551? Or maybe it's 2552? Slash. Or maybe it's 2553? Or maybe it's 2554? Or maybe it's 2555? Or maybe it's 2556? Or maybe it's 2557? Or maybe it's 2558? Or maybe it's 2559? Or maybe it's 2560? Or maybe it's 2561? Or maybe it's 2562? Or maybe it's 2563? Or maybe it's 2564? Or maybe it's 2565?
Alright, and we have
Or maybe it's 2566? Or maybe it's 2567? Slash. Or maybe it's 2568? Or maybe it's 2569? Or maybe it's 2570? Or maybe it's 2571? Or maybe it's 2572? Or maybe it's 2573? Or maybe it's 2574? Or maybe it's 2575? Or maybe it's 2576? Or maybe it's 2577? Or maybe it's 2578? Or maybe it's 2579? Or maybe it's 2,580? Or maybe it's 2,581? Or maybe it's 2,582? Slash. Or maybe it's 2,583? Or maybe it's 2,584? Or maybe it's 2,585? Or maybe it's 2,586? Or maybe it's 2,587? Or maybe it's 2,588? Or maybe it's 2,589? Or maybe it's 2,590? Or maybe it's 2,591? Or maybe it's 2,592? Or maybe it's 2,593? Or maybe it's
That's awkward.
2,594? Or maybe it's 2,595? Or maybe it's 2,596? Or maybe it's 2,597? Slash. Or maybe it's 2,598? Or maybe it's 2,599? Or maybe it's 2,600? Or maybe it's 2,601? Or maybe it's 2,602? Or maybe it's 2,603? Or maybe it's 2,604? Or maybe it's 2,605? Or maybe it's 2,606? Or maybe it's 2,607? Or maybe it's 2,608? Or maybe it's 2,609? Or maybe it's 2,610? Or maybe it's 2,611? Or maybe it's 2,612? Slash. Or maybe it's 2,613? Or maybe it's 2,614? Or maybe it's 2,615? Or maybe it's 2,616? Or maybe it's 2,617? Or maybe it's 2,618? Or maybe it's 2,619? Or maybe it's 2,620? Or maybe it's 2,621? Or maybe it's 2,622? Or maybe it's 2,623? Or maybe it's 2,624?
Wow.
Or maybe it's 2,625? Or maybe it's 2,626? Or maybe it's 2,627? Slash. Or maybe it's 2,628? Or maybe it's 2,629? Or maybe it's 2,630? Or maybe it's 2,631? Or maybe it's 2,632? Or maybe it's 2,633? Or maybe it's 2,634? Or maybe it's 2,635? Or maybe it's 2,636? Or maybe it's 2,637? Or maybe it's 2,638? Or maybe it's 2,639? Or maybe it's 2,640? Or maybe it's 2,641? Or maybe it's 2,642? Slash. Or maybe it's 2,643? Or maybe it's 2,644? Or maybe it's 2,645? Or maybe it's 2,646? Or maybe it's 2,647? Or maybe it's 2,648? Or maybe it's 2,649? Or maybe it's 2,650? Or maybe it's 2,651? Or maybe it's 2,652? Or maybe it's 2,653? Or maybe it's 2,654? Or maybe it's 2,655? Or maybe it's 2,656? Or maybe it's 2,657? Slash. Or maybe it's 2,658? Or maybe it's 2,659? Or maybe it's 2,660? Or maybe it's 2,661? Or maybe it's 2,662? Or maybe it's 2,663? Or maybe it's 2,664? Or maybe it's 2,665? Or maybe it's 2,666? Or maybe it's 2,667? Or maybe it's 2,668? Or maybe it's 2,669? Or maybe it's 2,670? Or maybe it's 2,671?
Dude, how?
Or maybe it's 2,672? Slash. Or maybe it's
How are you supposed to get all that?
2,673? Or maybe it's 2,674? Or maybe it's 2,675? Or maybe it's 2,676? Or maybe it's 2,677? Or maybe it's 2,678? Or maybe it's 2,679? Or maybe it's 2,680? Or maybe it's 2,681? Or maybe it's 2,682? Or maybe it's 2,683? Or maybe it's 2,684? Or maybe it's 2,685? Or maybe it's 2,686? Or maybe it's 2,687? Slash. Or maybe it's 2,688? Or maybe it's 2,689? Or maybe it's 2,690? Or maybe it's 2,691? Or maybe it's 2,692? Or maybe it's 2,693? Or maybe it's 2,694? Or maybe it's 2,695? Or maybe it's 2,696? Or maybe it's 2,697? Or maybe it's 2,698? Or maybe it's 2,699? Or maybe it's 2,700? Or maybe it's 2,701? Or maybe it's 2,702? Slash. Or maybe it's 2,703? Or maybe it's 2,704? Or maybe it's 2,705? Or maybe it's 2,706? Or maybe it's 2,707? Or maybe it's 2,708? Or maybe it's 2,709? Or maybe it's 2,710? Or maybe it's 2,711? Or maybe it's 2,712? Or maybe it's 2,713? Or maybe it's 2,714? Or maybe it's 2,715? Or maybe it's 2,716? Or maybe it's 2,717? Slash. Or maybe it's 2,718? Or maybe it's 2,719? Or maybe it's 2,720? Or maybe it's 2,721? Or maybe it's 2,722? Or maybe it's 2,723? Or maybe it's 2,724?
Jesus,
Or
dude.
maybe it's 2,725? Or maybe it's 2,726? Or maybe it's 2,727? Or maybe it's 2,728? Or maybe it's 2,729? Or maybe it's 2,730? Or maybe it's 2,731? Or maybe it's 2,732? Slash. Or maybe it's 2,733? Or maybe it's 2,734? Or maybe it's 2,735? Or maybe it's 2,736? Or maybe it's 2,737. Or maybe it's 2,738. Or maybe it's 2,739. Or maybe it's 2,740. Or maybe it's 2,741. Or maybe it's 2,742. Or maybe it's 2,743. Or maybe it's 2,744. Or maybe it's 2,745. Or maybe it's 2,746. Or maybe it's 2,747. Slash. Or maybe it's 2,748. Or maybe it's 2,749. Or maybe it's 2,750. Or maybe it's
Oh my gosh, come on.
2,751. Or maybe it's 2,752. Or maybe it's 2,753. Or maybe it's 2,754. Or maybe it's 2,755. Or maybe it's 2,756. Or maybe it's 2,757. Or maybe it's 2,758. Or maybe it's 2,759. Or maybe it's 2,760. Or maybe it's 2,761. Or maybe it's 2,762. Slash. Or maybe it's 2,763. Or maybe it's 2,764. Or maybe it's 2,765. Or maybe it's 2,766. Or maybe it's 2,767. Or maybe it's 2,768. Or maybe it's 2,769. Or maybe it's 2,770. Or maybe it's 2,771. Or maybe it's 2,772. Or maybe it's 2,773. Or maybe it's 2,774. Or maybe it's 2,775. Or maybe it's 2,776. Or maybe it's 2,777. Slash. Or maybe it's 2,778. Or maybe it's 2,779. Or maybe it's 2,780.
God,
Or
that's
maybe
so
it's
annoying.
2,781. Or maybe it's 2,782. Or maybe it's 2,783. Or maybe it's 2,784. Or maybe it's 2,785. Or maybe it's 2,786. Or maybe it's 2,787. Or maybe it's 2,788. Or maybe it's 2,789. Or maybe it's 2,790. Or maybe it's 2,791. Or maybe it's 2,792. Slash. Or maybe it's 2,793. Or maybe it's 2,794. Or maybe it's 2,795. Or maybe it's 2,796. Or maybe it's 2,797. Or maybe it's 2,798. Or maybe it's 2,799. Or maybe it's 2,800. Or maybe it's 2,801. Or maybe it's 2,802. Or maybe it's 2,803. Or maybe it's 2,804. Or maybe it's 2,805. Or maybe it's 2,806. Or maybe it's 2,807. Slash. Or maybe it's 2,808. Or maybe it's 2,809. Or maybe it's 2,810. Or maybe it's 2,811. Or maybe it's 2,812. Or maybe it's 2,813. Or maybe it's 2,814. Or maybe it's 2,815. Or maybe it's 2,816? Or maybe it's 2,817? Or maybe it's 2,818? Or maybe it's 2,819? Or maybe it's 2,820? Or maybe it's 2,821? Or maybe it's 2,822? Slash. Or maybe it's 2,823? Or maybe it's 2,824? Or maybe it's 2,825? Or maybe it's 2,826? Or maybe it's 2,827? Or maybe it's 2,828? Or maybe it's 2,829? Or maybe it's 2,830? Or maybe it's 2,831? Or maybe it's 2,832? Or maybe it's 2,833? Or maybe it's 2,834? Or maybe it's 2,835? Or maybe it's 2,836? Or maybe it's 2,837?
Forgot.
Slash. Or maybe it's 2,838? Or maybe it's 2,839? Or maybe it's 2,840? Or maybe it's 2,841? Or maybe it's 2,842? Or maybe it's 2,843? Or maybe it's 2,844? Or maybe it's 2,845? Or maybe it's 2,846? Or maybe it's 2,847? Or maybe it's 2,848? Or maybe it's 2,849? Or maybe it's 2,850? Or maybe it's 2,851? Or maybe it's 2,852? Slash. Or maybe it's 2,853? Or maybe it's 2,854? Or maybe it's 2,855? Or maybe it's 2,856? Or maybe it's 2,857? Or maybe it's 2,858? Or maybe it's 2,859? Or maybe it's 2,860? Or maybe it's 2,861? Or maybe it's 2,862? Or maybe it's 2,863? Or maybe it's 2,864? Or maybe it's 2,865? Or maybe it's 2,866? Or maybe it's 2,867?
Come on, dude. Land on the spring.
Slash.
Holy shit.
Or maybe it's 2,868? Or maybe it's 2,869? Or maybe it's 2,870? Or maybe it's 2,871? Or maybe it's 2,872? Or maybe it's 2,873? Or maybe it's 2,874? Or maybe it's 2,875? Or maybe it's 2,876? Or maybe it's 2,877? Or maybe it's 2,878? Or maybe it's 2,879? Or maybe it's 2,880? Or maybe it's 2,881? Or maybe it's 2,882? Slash. Or maybe it's 2,883? Or maybe it's 2,884? Or maybe it's 2,885? Or maybe it's 2,886? Or maybe it's 2,887? Or maybe it's 2,888? Or maybe it's 2,889? Or maybe it's 2,890? Or maybe it's 2,891? Or maybe it's 2,892? Or maybe it's 2,893? Or maybe it's 2,894? Or maybe it's 2,895? Or maybe it's 2,896? Or maybe it's 2,897? Slash. Or maybe it's 2,898? Or maybe
Alright, there
it's
we go.
2,899?
Tough level.
Or maybe it's 2,900? Or maybe it's 2,901? Or maybe it's 2,902?
That was a good one though. Pretty solid.
Or maybe it's 2,903? Or maybe it's 2,904?
Alright,
Or maybe it's
that I
2,905?
think is going to do it, ladies
Or
and
maybe
gentlemen,
it's 2,906?
for
Or maybe it's
viewer levels.
2,907? Or maybe it's 2,908?
It is
Or
time
maybe it's
for me to take a break.
2,909? Or maybe it's
When I get back,
2,910?
we will play some
Or maybe it's
Horizon.
2,911?
Be right back.
Or maybe it's 2,912? Slash. Or maybe it's 2,913? Or maybe it's 2,914? Or maybe it's 2,915? Or maybe it's 2,916? Or maybe it's 2,917?
Okay, we'll do a crossword after
Or
I get
maybe
back.
it's 2,918? Or maybe it's 2,919? Or maybe it's 2,920? Or maybe it's 2,921? Or maybe it's 2,922? Or maybe it's 2,923? Or maybe it's 2,924? Or maybe it's 2,925? Or maybe it's 2,926? Or maybe it's 2,927? Slash. Or maybe it's 2,928? Or maybe it's 2,929? Or maybe it's 2,930? Or maybe it's 2,931? Or maybe it's 2,932? Or maybe it's 2,933? Or maybe it's 2,934? Or maybe it's 2,935? Or maybe it's 2,936? Or maybe it's 2,937? Or maybe it's 2,938? Or maybe it's 2,939? Or maybe it's 2,940? Or maybe it's 2,941? Or maybe it's 2,942? Slash. Or maybe it's 2,943? Or maybe it's 2,944? Or maybe it's 2,945? Or maybe it's 2,946? Or maybe it's 2,947? Or maybe it's 2,948? Or maybe it's 2,949? Or maybe it's 2,950? Or maybe it's 2,951? Or maybe it's 2,952? Or maybe it's 2,953? Or maybe it's 2,954? Or maybe it's 2,955? Or maybe it's 2,956? Or maybe it's 2,957? Slash. Or maybe it's 2,958? Or maybe it's 2,959? Or maybe it's 2,960? Or maybe it's 2,961? Or maybe it's 2,962? Or maybe it's 2,963? Or maybe it's 2,964? Or maybe it's 2,965? Or maybe it's 2,966? Or maybe it's 2,967? Or maybe it's 2,968? Or maybe it's 2,969? Or maybe it's 2,970? Or maybe it's 2,971? Or maybe it's 2,972? Slash. Or maybe it's 2,973? Or maybe it's 2,974? Or maybe it's 2,975? Or maybe it's 2,976? Or maybe it's 2,977? Or maybe it's 2,978? Or maybe it's 2,979? Or maybe it's 2,980? Or maybe it's 2,981? Or maybe it's 2,982? Or maybe it's 2,983? Or maybe it's 2,984? Or maybe it's 2,985? Or maybe it's 2,986? Or maybe it's 2,987? I'm recording this, because this could be the last thing I'll ever say. The city I once knew as home is teetering on the edge of radioactive oblivion. A 300,000 degree baptism by nuclear fire. I'm not sorry, we had it coming. A surge of white-hot atonement will be our wake-up call. Hope for our future is now a stillborn dream. The numbers began to count and I'm rushing to meet my love. Please, remember me, there is no more. Or maybe it's 8D? No shaft, just balls and tip. Micropenizes, 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 micropenizes. Slash. Or maybe it's 2,988? Or maybe it's 2,989? Or maybe it's 2,990? Or maybe it's 2,991? Or maybe it's 2,992? Or maybe it's 2,993? Or maybe it's 2,994? Or maybe it's 2,995? Or maybe it's 2,996? Or maybe it's 2,997? Or maybe it's 2,998? Or maybe it's 2,999? Or maybe it's 3,000? Or maybe it's 3,001? Or maybe it's 3,002? Slash. Or maybe it's 3,003? Or maybe it's 3,004? Or maybe it's 3,005? Or maybe it's 3,006? Or maybe it's 3,007? Or maybe it's 3,008? Or maybe it's 3,009? Or maybe it's 3,010? Or maybe it's 3,011? Or maybe it's 3,012? Or maybe it's 3,013? Or maybe it's 3,014? Or maybe it's 3,015? Or maybe it's 3,016? Or maybe it's 3,017?
Alright, let's do a quick
My name is
crossword.
Melody. My son, Michael, turned 12 this week, so we let him make a Twitch account. Michael asked me to purchase him bits so he can donate to your channel. Thank you for entertaining my son. Give me a call if he gets into any trouble. Have fun, boys. Haha. Smile.
Right. Alright.
Ora Kira Dur A Rathora Gura Hura Jura Kura Lura Mora Nura Ora Pura Kira Bura Sura
What was it last time?
Zura Ora Bura Kira Dura A Rathori Gura Hura Ora Jura Kura Lura
11
Mora Nura Ora
minutes.
Pura Kira Bura
I
Sura Tura
lost.
Lura Wuri Zura Yor Zura Ora
So we're
Bura
going to
Kira
12
Dura A
minutes.
Rathori Gura Hura Ora Jura Kura Lura Mora Nura Ora Pura Kira Bura Sura Tura Ura Bura Wura
Can I finish the crossword in 12 minutes?
Rathori Gura Hura Jura Kura Lura Mora Nura Ora Pura Kira Bura Sura Rask. Slash. Or maybe it's 3,018? Or maybe it's 3,019? Or maybe it's 3,020? Or maybe it's 3,021? Or maybe it's 3,022? Or maybe it's 3,023? Or maybe it's 3,024? Or maybe it's 3025? Or maybe it's 3026? Or maybe it's 3027? Or maybe it's 3028? Or maybe it's 3029? Or maybe it's 3030? Or maybe it's 3031? Or maybe it's 3032?
Okay.
Slash. Or maybe it's 3033? Or maybe it's 3034? Or maybe it's 3035? Or maybe it's 3036? Or maybe it's 3037? Or maybe it's 3038? Or maybe it's 3039? Or maybe it's
Alright, the bets are
3040?
in. Let's put it in emote only
Or
mode.
maybe it's 3041? Or maybe it's 3042? Or maybe it's 3043?
And let's go. 12
Or
minutes.
maybe it's 3044? Or maybe it's 3045? Or maybe it's 3046? Or maybe it's
That's
3047?
disappointing. Concert
Hello,
blasters.
Ritter. It's me,
Amps?
Fresh Prince. I have sent this TTS at
Broadcasting
1:49 a.m.
structure.
Eastern Time, before the extra hour. And
radio
ever since
tower?
the counting started, I graduated college with a PhD, got married, and had 3 kids. I'm also now the vice president of
Othello
Nintendo.
villain.
Time flies.
Is it
Hub Albin?
Lear? I don't know.
Slash.
only me.
Or maybe it's 3048?
Rhyme for
Or maybe it's
away. You are my
3049?
sunshine, my only sunshine. You
Or
make me
maybe it's
happy when
3050?
skies are gray.
Or maybe it's 3051?
Pull with force.
Or maybe it's 3052?
Tug.
Or maybe it's
Kind of band
3053?
at many Mexican
Or
baptisms.
maybe it's 3054?
Shoot,
Or
what is
maybe
that
it's
called?
3055?
Uh,
Or maybe it's
what are those bands
3056?
called? Fuck.
Or maybe it's 3057?
I don't know. Hippies goal.
Or maybe it's
Peace?
3058? Or maybe it's
Both parents and some
3059?
expecting couples.
Or maybe it's 3060? Or maybe it's
I don't know.
3061?
Ahi.
Or
Fish.
maybe it's 3062?
Flower necklace. Lay.
Slash. Or maybe it's
Weightlifter's
3063?
pride for short.
Or maybe it's 3064?
Max.
Or maybe it's 3065?
Maybe.
Or maybe
make
it's
changes to
3066?
alter.
Or maybe it's,
Tolkien
maybe
series.
it's,
Lord of the Rings.
where was I? Well,
Prince
anyway,
under a
is it
spell.
1? Or maybe it's 2?
Toad.
Or maybe it's 3?
Pair
Or
of
maybe
symbols
it's
on
4?
a stand.
Or maybe it's 5? Or maybe it's 6? Lol JK.
Oh, hi-hat.
Silence Club.
Goats cry. Probably ba or something. I don't know. Stopped hitting snooze. Say. A rose, maybe? I don't know. Track and field event. There's the shot put, javelin, the... I don't know. 100 meters dash, maybe? I don't know. Braille markings. Bumps. What's the official name of those? Doesn't wear out. An ostrich often weighs about 3 pounds.
Uni 100.
Pig? Largest Chinese ethnic group?
Jazz KG's Chguajajguagui he got
I'm every
Gajab
woman
Cuff
singing
Hired
Shaka
Wakas to
Khan?
to each KBA who Diagaiji
Spelled like that?
Talgak Fiat
Not sure.
Kaija Sajak Woj QY KWE
Maybe do you know where
UJG Kabul
Grouchy
Butstoj
Muppet
Sud Suchaya
Oscar?
Yaharuan Kot Folk Ugafyakyo Oxtuga Waste Ka
Home to
RKKO
Canada's
Godfell
polar
Oak for
bear
the Galfo
capital
Awi
of the
Yak Tau
world.
Kuaf Coke Day SKG's Chguajajguagui he got Gajab Kof Hired
Queer Eye
Wakas to
fashion
to each
expert,
KBA who
France.
Diagaiji featured Wokik
Money
Galgak
owed?
Fiat Gaija Sajak Woj QY KWE UJG Kabul
Liable to
Butstoj
mess up.
Sofsugi. FK Uid Kwawag
Boo-boo.
Wagu Moik KG Udkagud Vogi Utsad Dogi Woy JDIU X and Chufi with Shape Bise Psychaid Nugabrio
Colorful part of a
Ostika I.
match.
Aganik Chkoenagos Quouch JKD Jo Sig Giga Gigaku HK Jakes and AX Chkoi Wagep
Mythical
Stofu
aquatic
TJSID
snake.
Joix Xui Uor Kof Geo Awasoiduk Skajaj Kwas Duog FK Uid Kwawag Wagu Woik KG Udkagud Vogi
Order
Utsad Dogi
from
Woy
the
JDIU
court.
X and Chufi with Shape Bise Psychaid Nugabrio
Exaggerate.
Ostika I.
Ham up.
Again,
Ham
it's
up
going
again.
to go out. JKD Joe
Money
Sig
talks,
Giga
e.g.
Kuich. Ajid
An
Koish
adage?
Skoya Doit Kau Jakt Hoyado
Dusk
Alexi Sowa
dawn
Oiskip Koi Higo Iowa Okex Do Doiter Teo Twi
Dusk
Tego
till
Iki
dawn.
Aoi Hojoy Aio Hiat Thou AP
MSN
Toyota.
alternative.
Sog Hio Chai Doita Chadi Ahe EPA Poi Ahoidio
Following
Tordio
variant
Thoi Without
organ.
Hadbith Duck Epioid Shio Ajid Koish Skoya Doit Kau Jakt Hoyado Axi
Greeting
Sowa
in
Oiskip
Santo
Koi Higo
Domingo.
Iowa
Hola.
Okex Do Doiter Teo Twi Pego
I need to
Iki
speak
Pi
with you
Aoi Hojoy
informally.
Aio Hiat Thou AP Toyota. S. A penis in a vagina is
Undignified
quite pleasant.
undertaking.
You should try it.
Bookworm's Gizmo. What is that called? I don't know. Sounds like a plan in black vernacular. Iconic Nintendo Sibs. Mario.
Rask.
Bros.
Really enjoyed the Pokemon opening VOD from Thursday. Also, Lad Vegas was a top 10 funny moment all time.
Links Organization, PGA.
Dear beloved, a return chat. Daylight
Non-dairy
savings
milk
time has
source,
started.
soy.
Be sure to set your clocks 1 hour further. Our love Snicken.
CSI Vegas. Trouble to no end.
Also,
A This doesn't make sense, does it? It's a fear word, sir, abrupt. I don't think a fear is right.
This message has been sent at 11:03 PST. I
Helpful
wonder what
upward
time it is when
push.
it actually gets read by
Jigsaw
TTS.
puzzle sides, edges. Source of the nuts in most
Silence
biscotti. Arabic name meaning highly praised. Ahmed. Feudal subject. Liege. Is that right? I don't know. West African country name for a river. I don't know. Non-dairy milk source. Money of Benin.
Slash.
Such a pity.
This is a test. I sent these
Film
bits at
producer
11:06
Lee.
p.m. Pacific Time on September
Spike
18th,
Lee.
2015.
It's not Spike Lee. Who is it? Chick's mother? Hen? Croaky. Like the clue Mountain Cone.
Old smile.
In a way, informally, make up for amend. Babbled interminably. Person who reviews reports. Boss, maybe? Lizard-like amphibian.
Okay, I make it quick. I fucking love it here. Our
Croc.
love smile.
Homer Simpson cried. Dope. Lamb's mother, you. Part of KPH. Per. AOC for 1. A rep. Maybe? Maybe not. Maybe though. Alright, this is not looking great, honestly. What is this? Boo Boo. Owie? Is this Owie? Oh god, please don't say this. Colorful part of a match. Match head. It's like the clue. Mountain.
My sub will expire by the
Combined
time this
form.
counting TTS is over, lol. If you're hearing this, that stupid TTS is over. Can we
The
get a moment,
Gambia?
please?
Home to Canada's Manitoba. So maybe boss is right. I don't know what this is. Is it dated? Dead ends. Han? Is this Han? I'm not sure. Ahi. Oh, tuna. Tuna. And what is this? Track and field, track meet. Okay. At. Trouble to know. Oh, 8 at. Okay, sure. Both parents and expecting couples. I don't know. Bod, I guess. Stopped hitting snooze. Yeah, I think this is a rose. What is this then? Such a pity. Alas. It doesn't wear out. Lasts. What's this? Helpful upward push. Why am I blanking on this right now? I don't know. What's this? Croaky horse? Can we get one of these? Serpent. Sea serpent? So, this is wrong. Liable to mess up. Babbled interminably. Ran on. Error prone.
Aura, please stop this count. Or lower the volume a little. Please.
Film.
Don't know when you will hear this, but thanks for playing. Our love.
Make up for atone. Yeah, I don't think we're gonna get this one. 19 seconds. Lizard-like amphibian. What is this? Queer Eye. France? I have no idea.
Hi. Smile
God, what is this band? Hey, mariachi. Frog.
Maybe it's Ram Ranch.
I was
Maybe
gonna
it's
say
18
boast does not
cowboys.
make sense
Or
there.
maybe it's in the showers, or maybe it's out in the field. Or maybe it's 18 more cowboys.
Never.
Maybe it's Ram Ranch. Maybe it's 18
Source of the
cowboys.
nuts,
Or maybe
almond.
it's in the showers, or maybe it's out in the field. Or maybe it's 18 more cowboys. Maybe it's Ram Ranch. Maybe it's 18 cowboys. Or maybe it's in the showers, or maybe it's
Braille
out in the
markings.
field.
Dots.
Or maybe it's 18 more cowboys. Maybe it's Ram Ranch.
Daniels.
Maybe it's 18 cowboys.
Lee Daniels.
Or maybe it's in the showers, or maybe it's Ram Ranch.
Let's see now. Let's see now? Come on, dude, really? What is this? Goats cry. Ma. Mute. 15 minutes, just over 15 minutes, not even close to 12. It was a tough one.
Years
Kind of a
later,
tough
and
one.
you're still kicking ass. Our love.
Hmm.
I've been following you for a long time, 2 months, but this is it. I cannot tolerate your indifference.
That's a no. Back to 13 minutes tomorrow. Doesn't know who Tan France is? No.
Any smilers smile. Alabama.
Alright. We'll do another one tomorrow.
Maybe.
Let me set up Horizon real quick. I'll be right back.
Shout out to Bonnie and all cat kissers. Cat kiss, cat kiss, cat kiss, big big cat kiss. Sup our solid. Or maybe it's none of those. Love you or a cat kiss. Love you chat cat kiss 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 smile smile. Or maybe it's 9 septentrillion 999 sextrillion 999 quintillion 999 quadrillion 999 pretrigentillion 999 duotrigentillion 999 untrigentillion 999 trigentillion 990. Hello Aura and chat. I don't know how to do TTS spam, so I guess this will suffice. Counting sucks. Good luck on the crossword and Horizon Forbidden West. Very hard as a punch in the dick. Liable equals
Okay.
accountable.
Let's see. We have I'm almost caught up with TTS, guys. Almost. Thank you for the good luck on the crossword for tomorrow. I appreciate that. Alright, we have some revenge to exact. Where am I? Wait, where am I?
Barb Chad Barb Chad Barb Chad Barb Chad
Oh,
Barb
here.
Chad Barb Chad Barb Chad Barb Chad Barb Chad Barb Chad Sheer 100.
The other last stream we died in one shot to this giant turtle. Now I gotta go kill it. Looks like a chest.
Aura, I feel people with hair are underrepresented in your community. To protect the minority and give them certain rights, I propose we start a new club called Hair Club. Hair Club would like to sponsor your stream and promote anything and everything to do with hair.
No.
This unification calls for celebration. Can you provide me your name and address? Hair Club would like to send you a bottle of champagne. Celebratory hands in the hair.
Dude, I don't want to fight these things. Just swim up here a little bit. Okay, let me see here. Oh, we're not done yet. Right, yes, thank you. Thanks so much for that, and for that. Catfish, catfish, chicken dog face, catfish, thanks for the 100 bits. Puyain, thank you for the 23 months. The One, thank you for the 49 months. Unreal Taxi, thank you for the 100 bits. Luar, thank you for the 28 months. Sean Goy, Dr. TP, Squints, thank you for the 100 bits. Section Ratio, thank you for the 9 months. Arctic Tacos, thank you for the year. Welcome to the Golden Age Club. Nigel, thank you for the 5 months. Nemesis, thank you for the 11 months. Motivate, thank you for the 100 bits. Wiggy, thank
Another
you for the
dog is barking
38
in my
months.
territory? I think not.
Unreal Taxi, thank you for the 100 bits. Mustache Girl,
Nitora and chat.
thank you for the 25 months. At Grog, thank you for the 100 bits. Californiana, thank you for the 38 months. At Grog, thank you for the gift sub to Jack Muscles Carrier. Welcome aboard, Jack Muscles Carrier. Thank you, at Grog. Senpai Alex Ballhand, thank you for the 100 bits. Slow Dive,
You
thank you for the
scam us
gift
a lot,
sub
big dog.
to Romance on Fire. To Romance on Fire, really appreciate it. Jester, Jim Columbus, thank you for the 100 bits. Slow Dive, thanks for the gift sub to Densetsu. Jim Columbus, thank you for the sub. Really appreciate it. Catfish, thank you for the 100 bits. K Sabri, thank you for the 555 bits and the 20,000 bits. Really appreciate it. Thank you very much, K Sabri. A Handsome Monkey, thank you for the 17 months. Really appreciate it. Okay. Alright, let's go.
Setting it on fire.
Don't really want to fight this thing here. Thanks.
Oh my dog, you won one of the categories in the Streamer of the Year awards. Here's your prize.
Thank you, it's an honor.
Imagine TTSing without a 1-hour delay. Assuming an average hair growth speed of 1 centimeter per month and average 100k head hair per person, your 255 viewers grow 3.5 kilometers of hair every hour in your stream. This makes you the largest producer of human hair in the world.
Right, thank you.
Hush.
Alright, let's see here. Catfish, Squints, Fresh Prince, Frenzy Mancer, BZ. Thank you for the 100 bits. And Chop Suey, thank you for the 100 bits. Alright, here we go. What do I want to do with this guy? Just start with some spikes, I guess. I don't want to go by the hippo. Where's he going? What? How? How did that hit me? Dude, what is hitting me? Okay, stop. What the fuck? Wait, did I just eat? I want to shoot that shot. Hitting on its back You saw it? How did you even see me? Wait, what? Did we not knock it down? It's on the ground. That's not cool. How is it? How is it like still standing? Stop moving Right, I don't want to get too far up there. What is this? Go around, come on. How does it still see me? Damn it, dude. Really? Nice. Come on. What the fuck, dude?
I'm not giving up.
Alright, so there's another exposed electric thing. I don't think it really knows where I'm at. Maybe it does, I don't know. Where is it? Other side?
Should help.
Come on, that's bullshit. Is it underground again? Shit. Okay. Heal. I need more wild berries. This is not looking great. Maybe I just need to keep blasting away with these. How is this still locked onto me? I need you to go down. Finish it. Got him. Nice, dude. Whew.
Seriously, fuck the mutated Squirtle in this game. How did Guerrilla Gamer get the right from Nintendo to secure such an overpowered Pokemon?
I don't know. It's a great question. Alright, I mean that took a lot of resources. It's okay though. It was worth it. Got revenge for the death at the end of last stream. It's like an optional battle. You don't even have to fight that guy, but you know. I think I might just fast travel out of here just so I don't have to walk all the way back. I don't know why they didn't put a bonfire or something out there. We could go to see what this is, but that's basically all that I haven't explored on this island, I think. So, yeah, then I think we have to... Do I have any quests? What is this? Oh, right, I just have to go to the base. Yeah, we have... What was this? I could do this one. Let's do that one, and then let's go back to the base. Maybe we can do some... something else, I don't know.
Is that enough?
Alright, what was I doing? What was I doing? Let's just use a fast travel pack. Fuck it, we'll just buy another one. Oh, wait. Where do I want to go? Do I want to see what's over here? Maybe I should. Honestly, it's just kind of... You know what, I want to go back to a town. Take me back here. Are there any bosses that have more than 2 attacks? That guy has a lot more than 2 attacks. He has the snowballs, he has the bombs, he has the diving under the ground and attacking you. I believe he will also melee you if you're close. There's also a laser attack.
My offer to
I don't want any of these. I do want to go stop by. Let me buy a couple of these. I do want to buy...
provide you with weapons still stands.
Where's my stash? Here we go. This is what I need. Can I upgrade anything at the bench? Oh, I can actually upgrade this? Wait, I knew this though, right? I can upgrade this all the way, honestly. Almost all the way. Meh. Alright, so we restocked, we're at full health. I think I'll just come back and see what that question mark is later. I'd rather go do this mission. Where's the bonfire? Here we go. Alright, where was this? I also do have to do the pitmaster thing over here. That's going to be annoying, I'm sure. Where's the quest? Oh, is this where... Yeah, okay. Sure. Unreal Taxi, thank you for the gift sub to Folter. Welcome aboard, Folter. Thank you, Unreal Taxi. Dr. TP, thank you for the 100 bits. Appreciate it. I need to turn this up a little bit.
In the time it would take me to get a full strike at a trial, I could earn. There you go. You're a scab.
Hey, stranger.
Where?
Do you have any news from Jack? Aloy, wasn't expecting to see you in Scalding Spear. I hear you fixed the wound and stopped the war within our clan.
I was just lucky your commander was willing to listen.
Wasn't luck that took down the bulwark or fought off Regala. What's next? Saving the world?
If I'm lucky.
Have you been to Plainsong? Did you see Corey?
I haven't had the chance.
Oh.
At the ready, soldiers.
What's going on?
My squad's being sent on patrol northwest of here. I won't be able to see Corey for a long time. I wonder if you could let him know. I don't want him to think I've abandoned him.
We are moving out.
Please.
If I find my way to Plainsong, I'll let him know.
Sakura, I will leave your scab ass behind.
Thank you, Aloy.
Alright, let's go.
You up for a game of Strike later? What? Did you hear about Yara?
Where's the bonfire? It's down here somewhere, right? Alright, so we're gonna go over to Plainsaw. I haven't done this one yet. This is the one I guess I couldn't get before. Because there's a metal flower. Alright, we can do that, I guess. Let's go do this real quick.
An old world ruin built into the cliff. I think that's the one that Tanakh told me about. Might be worth poking around inside. Some kind of tunnel. I should take a look around.
Alright, now
Great.
we have a crate. Why did they put the flower right here? Or can I not, like... Where am I going with this crate? I guess I cannot get it over this. Okay. Can I get up here? Does not look like it. Where am I putting this crate?
It's a huge wall of metal. Or is it some kind of door? Pull that right on top of me.
No, we can't do that. So, what does this want from me here? No, grab the fucking crate, Aloy. Ooh, I made it. Did I cheese this? I feel like I might have cheesed this.
What does this do? I'm surprised this thing works. After all this time. Uh-oh. Door's closing.
Interesting. Is there anything in here that I can get to? Alright, so the door closes. Interesting. Is there a ladder I can let
Try
down?
that
or
again.
I think you're supposed to be able to bust through that wall over there on the other side.
Now's my chance.
Alright, I guess we're just going over here. Grab crate.
This could be useful. Door's locked. Looks like it needs a key module. Well, the door's closed. So now I'm locked in. Let's hope there's a way out.
Clam, thank you for the gift sub to Neros, the Lycan Yoshi. Welcome aboard, Neros. Thank you very much, Clam. Appreciate it. Alright, so we want to climb over here. Okay, yeah.
Well, I can't expect everything to hold up in this place, I guess. How am I gonna get up there now? A key module. I'll find a use for you.
Come on, get up there.
I think I have what I need to open this door.
How do I get up there,
There.
though? Do I need to get up there?
What's in here? Oh. Looks like I'm back on the other side of the big door.
Okay, good. Now what am I doing though?
I know something's up.
How do we get up here? Okay, so I don't know, maybe this just wasn't working for me, but it was supposed to be working for me. Yeah, okay, you can just hop up there. I made that way more difficult than it needed to be. Alright, and now what can I do? I can...
Hurry to get to the other side.
So this fell off. How does that help me? Wonder if you can get crushed by this door. Alright, I mean, what am I supposed to do here? I don't know how this helps me get to the other side. I need to like put a crate under the door if possible, but I don't know if that's gonna be possible. Oh. This is what we need.
Maybe you can
Okay.
still move. Okay, now what to do with you?
I know exactly what to do with you. Is there anything behind there? Guess not. What's up, Sweatfoot McGee?
Better move quickly.
Grab rail car. Grab rail car.
Okay. That should keep the door open.
There's nothing up here.
Got the ornament. I should give this to Stemmer the next time I see him.
Oh, that was the last ornament. I'm surprised there wasn't like a quest
I gotta find
or
a
like
way
an
to reach the
achievement for
relic,
that.
but how?
So we gotta take this all the way over here to get what's up here. We're gonna end the stream early. I mean, we'll get a good solid 3 hours of Horizon in at least.
Uh-oh. Door's closing.
Wait, I can't move it any further? Why can't I move it further? Huh? I cannot push it further. How the hell am I getting over here then? It really looks like you can. How can I not put... Is it just this single rock down here? I don't know. I mean, I just pushed past that rock. And all these rocks. Huh? This makes no sense to me. There wasn't another car, was there? Okay, I guess that works. Alright, I'm out of here. Where is the campfire? Over here? So now we're warping over here. Look at the climbing handles at the door. What? Alright,
It is a brighter day with you among us, Huntress.
where is Cora?
I wasn't aware we needed to make a
Hey, Lloyd. I hear you've been making quite the impression on the clan lands. Saving the Desert Clan from itself, forcing the Commander Tekote out of hiding, defending the Grove from Regala.
I didn't do it alone.
The humble words of a true warrior.
Your sister sent me. Her squad's been assigned further west, so she won't be able to come see you, Corey. She wanted to make sure you knew.
That sounds like my sister.
Is something wrong?
No. Yes. There's this song I want to play, one of my own making, but it's hopeless. I'm just never going to get the sound right.
What makes you say that?
Back in the Clanlands, The Sky Clan built instruments that cast sound to sky and across the mountains. They use long-leg throats to make them bellow with the sound of metal. It's how they communicate between villages. Combining that sound with the Utarus would create a melody unlike anyone's ever heard before. But I won't be hunting for any longlegs anytime soon.
For now, you should try the Metal Weaver again. They might have some new piece you can use.
Right.
This song means a lot to him, doesn't it?
It does, which is why I'm getting him that machine part. It'll be a surprise. The Utaru say that's the best way to receive a gift.
Is there a long leg around here?
As it happens, one has been troubling some villages southwest of here. You be doing me and Plainsong a favor by getting rid of it. Interested?
Maybe. I didn't think that Tanakh cared much about gifts.
Nobe, thank you for the 58 months. Welcome back. Appreciate the continued support.
Hi,
Nobe.
Smile.
But I came to embrace the life I found here, and I don't see why I can't help Corey do the same.
He's lucky to have you.
Hello. Also, Amima. Amima, thank you for the 10 months. Really appreciate it. Thank you very much,
Tell me more
Amima.
about this long leg.
It's a particularly nasty one. Looks different, too. Tainted, like the lands around here. It protects a group of machines that overran a small outpost southwest of Plainsong. Its call is easy enough to track, but if it spots us, it'll call reinforcements faster than you can draw your bow. Take it out with the rest of those machines, though. Plainsong has one less problem to deal with, and Corey gets to play his melody. Victory for all.
If
All
I
right,
make my
let's
way
do it.
down there, I'd like to help.
I appreciate that. I'll head southwest and see if I can pick up a trail.
Oh, could I warp over there? Where am I going? I'm going... the nearest campfire is something I haven't found yet. Well, I guess this one is pretty close. At this point, we might as well just walk, though. Whatever.
Going down!
We can get that other bonfire active. Does that count towards percentages, like activating campfires on the map? What clear percentage am I at right now? Let's see. 66.71. Been playing for 74 hours. Jesus. So where was the unknown campfire? It's a little bit to the left over here. Let's see if we do this, if it changes the completion percentage at all. Like 0.01 or something. Discovered campfire. Alright, let's see. No, I guess not.
She'll come running.
Huh? What is that rebel soldier doing? There's like one rebel soldier just running over here. Why?
Anyone around?
What? She saw me? I really didn't want to climb here, but whatever. Took a lot to take this person down. Wait, are there more? Someone's shooting me. Where are these people coming from? Can I use that trap on them?
This is taking too long! Reveal yourself, Outlander!
Right here. What the hell? Dude, get off the thing. Stop climbing, you idiot.
Much better.
Pin her down!
Move. Oh my god, dude, you gotta be kidding me. Am I gonna miss this? I missed it. Is there someone behind me too? Holy shit, stop climbing.
You! On me! I'm on it! There's at least 2 of them! Comb the area!
Okay, sure. Alright, where are we going? We're going over here. I guess there's just some random rebels wandering around. What the hell is going on down there? Is this where I'm supposed to be going?
Jax is in trouble.
Dude, will you stay away from me? What are you doing, dude?
Aloy! Nice of you to join me.
Thought you could use the backup.
I need your help, Aloy! Ammo for you, Huntress!
Alright, no problem. What else we got? We got another one?
Should try using something other than shock ammo.
Time to make a little noise of our own.
Huh?
Take this ammo! Take
Oh,
it off,
shit.
Huntress!
I didn't even hit the weak spot.
Thank you for the assistance. Let's have a word.
What is scanning? This thing?
Your skill with the bow never ceases to amaze. But we better get back to the task at hand.
You okay?
You arrived not a moment too soon, Huntress. I thought I heard a Longlegs call, so I hastened to follow, but I was caught unaware by these machines instead. There it is again.
Let's go find it. Sounds like our long legs at the top of that cliff. Oh, looks like we're climbing.
We'll make quick work of it. This reminds me of my early days as a veteran. Always running off to hunt in the
that purple?
wilds. As far away from plain song as possible.
There's a black box. Where is it? I don't know.
What changed?
I saw my first Utaru students become fighters worthy of any Tanakh clan.
Yeah, I guess that's what this is.
I felt useful, like I belonged. And so Plainsong became home.
I'm sure Corey will find his place too.
I hope so.
Almost there. Oh, it sounds like that long leg isn't alone up there.
I'm afraid you might be right. There's our long leg. I knew Utaru had failed. Might be best to silence it before it can call reinforcements.
It'll be slow going if I use acid on it.
Okay, so that's the black box over there. So what is this thing's track looking like? It's just chilling right in the middle. Oh, that's a spike snout. Where's the lasher? Or long leg, whatever. What's on its back? Plasma. Interesting.
We're in trouble. On you, Aloy.
What are you? Why are you firing? He didn't even see us, dude.
Machines incoming. Nice.
All of these guys should get owned by my spikes. Is this a Claw Strider? Hey, 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 let's relax now. Let's relax.
I can keep going.
not do that. Okay.
Excellent. Now we salvage the part we came for.
Did he kill the long leg?
Care to show me our prize, Huntress?
I'm gonna get this first.
Hey, Lord, a word before we go.
Down to one engine. Mountainous terrain, and you actually landed it. How did you do that? You saved our lives.
Yeah. But it's what? 4 hours before the swarm gets here?
There's one last thing,
I
Huntress.
should have let us all die in an instant. Now the 12 of us are trapped, waiting for the end.
Must have been terrifying. Just waiting there for the war machines to arrive.
Care to show me our prize, Huntress?
Yes, shut up, Jax. I got you.
Many thanks, Aloy. Without you, I might have been in trouble. Why don't you take that piece to Corey for me? The villagers felled by these machines need to have their seeds buried properly first.
Are you sure?
Tell Corey I better be the first to hear that song of his when I return.
Alright, return to Corey. Where's the nearest bonfire? Sorry, Fox, I need some things. Alright, bonfire, bonfire. Where's the nearest bonfire? What is this? We don't know what this is? Alright, let's go out here then. Fine. So this is what this is. What is in here? That's it. That's pretty terrible. I guess we haven't been over here. This is just going to be a stash though, right? Well, we might as well go over here anyways, because can unlock it on the map and then warp from there. Is that a machine right there?
Stay and rest, or push on.
I craft any new pouches with this. Yep, one pouch upgrade. What do we got? Spike holster. Oh, perfect. This is actually really good. Awesome, dude. Wait, I can do another one. I can get more spikes. Holy shit, that's great. I guess we could craft some spikes. So we can carry 12 of these now. Cool. Can I upgrade my outfit yet? No, I can't. Alright, let's go back to here. When is Elden Ring, man? I mean, what's the rush? Elden Ring is gonna be there.
Storm's over.
I'm just chilling, enjoying this game. Although, so this weekend, next weekend, technically, I guess, the Mario Kart DLC comes out. We'll play that. I don't know if we're gonna do a full stream of that. We'll probably do that for like, oh, here, is he right here?
Corey.
Aloy? I thought you had left Plainsong.
Well, I thought about it, but then I'd have to carry this long leg throat all by myself.
You found?
Jax did.
That old man.
Can still hear perfectly fine. So let's hear it.
I'm gonna need some help. Aloy, can you take this to the workbench, please? You won't have to do much, I promise. You'll see a wide cavity on the instrument. That piece
I think it's good to go.
A song of two peoples indeed.
Thank you, Aloy. My debt to you seems to only grow.
Hearing that was payment enough.
That may be, but you should at least take this. You deserve it.
May the wings of the Ten hearten your step.
Sun shine upon you.
I sell all you need to succeed.
Okay, we did it. Great. Now, return to the base is the next story mission. There was something else I wanted to do though, I think. What was it? I like just thought of it. I mean, look at this map. We're doing pretty well, I'd say. Haven't been down here yet. Shoot, what was I gonna do, man? I don't know. All right, I'd say let's just. Oh yeah, I want to go check the arena. The arena. Okay, let's do that. Real quick. Where is the arena? No. Here? Yeah. I played Soul Reaver. Nope, I don't know what that is. Wait, there's another quest here? New quest.
You fought Regala.
Let none doubt the strength.
You thrust a spear into the heart of
I haven't done the strike here yet either.
Doubted the chief's word.
An honor, champion. I'm Nako. Have you been out to the Valley of the Fallen by chance?
Don't think I have. Why? What's there?
My idiot little brother. The valley is a test of endurance and skill from my clan, the Lowlanders. But it's been closed for months. Commander's orders. There have been reports of strange lights off the coast, and the whole area is crawling with deadly machines. But Dax, reckless and bare-armed as he is, went in anyway. Never takes no for an answer. Convinced two others to go with him, too. They've been missing for days, and now Marshal Ivir has been sent in to bail them out.
Strange lights,
Rachel
deadly
K,
machines,
thank you
and
for the
missing
15
soldiers.
months.
Sounds like a lot, even for a marshal.
I'd go by myself, if I wasn't stuck on transport duty.
I'll find your brother, if I can. Where is this valley?
Southwest of here, in the depths of lowland territory. Look for the climbing path on the cliffs. It marks the start of the valley. And if you see my brother, knock him on his ass for making me worry.
Thank you very much, Rachel. Hope you're doing alright. You've been playing Elden Ring, right?
Strange lights off the coast. Whatever it is, it can't be good.
Did I read this before? Horizons, very good. Still really enjoying it.
I should look into it when I'm out that way.
I'm gonna be playing Elden Ring after.
Face off against machines and prove your worth to the
Looking
clans.
forward to that too.
Better ready yourself.
What even is the arena? Put your machine hunting skills to the ultimate test, jump into the arena, take on the strongest machines in escalating challenges, complete challenges to earn arena medals that can be traded, blah blah blah. Choose your weapons and tend to your health. You won't get a chance to do so once inside. You get 4. This is a snake. This is a... Is that the turtle? What the hell is this thing? Have I seen one of these? Or no, that's the sea monster. This is the turtle, I think. This is the bat, and this is the... Huh. So are there only 5 challenges? Is that all?
The arena's always open to you.
I'll do this later. I feel like this and the hunting grounds, if I'm gonna do it, I might as well wait until like right before the end when I'm
Show me
like,
your
the
medals,
strongest.
champion, and I'll show you the best gear in the clan. What can I do for you, Aloy?
Trade in tags.
I found more soldiers' tags.
Thank you, Aloy. I know the families of the fallen will appreciate this. You're worth a dozen squads put together, my friend. Oh, and I have this for you. I hope it helps.
What is it? What did she give me?
Well, I guess I should go.
Safe travels.
Silver ingot, sunwing circulator, bellowback circulator.
Ah, Aloy, welcome.
Alright. So she has some really good weapons and some good outfits too. I guess I need 80 arena medals for these. So yeah, I can't really get any of these right now. What would I want to get? Probably this one. For the armor. I can get any of these. Do I want to get any of these right now? What do I have on right now? The Seeker Hunter Bow. So this is important because I have Frost on this bow. I think Frost is better than what I get from the Martial Hunter Bow. What about this one? Yeah, I'd rather have the Plasma, I think, and the Tear. I think I would definitely rather have what I have now. This is okay, but I like that my spikes tear. And this is just not that great. Alright, I don't need any
Earn
of
more
these.
medals and the rewards will be great.
Yeah, whatever. Alright, let's go,
I need to get going.
I guess we'll do this quest we just got real quick, and then we'll do, a story. Main story mission. Oh, do I want to do this strike?
May your enemies fall.
I don't want to play strike right now. We'll do that later.
So the machines
Just wanted to check and see if there are any better weapons.
You'll need courage.
Karo's champion. The final battle with Regala is nigh. Enjoy.
Alright, so what is this quest? The Valley of the Fallen. Let's do it.
Time in our settlement. Walk tall, champion of the cool route.
All blades against Regal.
Alright, so we're heading all the way down here. I haven't been down here, okay. Interesting. Let's go here then. There's a black box we can pick up on the way maybe. Oh, this is that the last salvage contractor, or is there one over here somewhere too? Might be the last salvage contractor. Those guys are kind of annoying because they just give you a bunch of quests, but whatever. Let's just head this way. Okay, let's get this real quick.
There's a flight recorder nearby. I could add it to the collection at the Grove.
Come on. What are you doing? I want to get that green shine that I just saw.
The locator shows there's another recording in there.
You're trying to get good and actually beat a Souls game. Good luck. They're pretty simple once you get the hang of it. Well, I don't know about simple, but they're... Like, the best strategy is focus on, in my opinion, I guess, is just focus on dodging more than hitting.
You really believe these robots getting loose is an accident? That they can't be stopped? Wake up and smell the stim. So what? This is some sort of intra-corporate conspiracy? You think Pharaoh and the others are depopulating the planet? Exactly. Pharaoh, Metallurgic, SBMH. We're being slaughtered so the CEOs and their cronies can claim what's left. We're a sacrifice.
Pharaoh might have been responsible, but he couldn't stop the machines. That was the problem.
What was I talking about? Oh yeah, Souls games, dodging.
Our captain, my captain.
Just dodge and be conservative. That's like the best advice for Souls games. Siobhan, thank you for the 19 months. Welcome back. Appreciate the continued support.
That must be the entrance to the Valley of the Fallen. Marshal Evira should be around here somewhere.
Will I cosplay Captain again? I don't know. Talk to Evira.
Where's Marshal Evira? With one of them missing to Noth. Marshal Evira, I heard you were sent to rescue some Tenakth who went into the valley. I'm guessing you must be one of them. Where are the others?
They didn't make it.
I had to fight off several machines just to get Kanala out. The valley was closed months ago for good reason. Machines have gathered in number, as if they're drawn there by something. Not to mention the strange glowing lights off the coast.
The valley is cursed. We never should have gone in.
Horizon allowed East fans when
Evira.
Aura starts playing this game.
You were one of the
Frown our
challengers
roll.
at the
Pouting
Court.
face.
The one who fired the
What
ballista.
the hell are
at
you
the
talking
silver
about?
field.
Yeedy McMeaty, thank you for the 100
And you're
bits.
the champion who defeated it. Saved the chief's life. Revealed the truth of the visions.
I was just doing what I could to help.
You made quite an impression that day. And despite the carnage, it was the best day of my life. I became a marshal. Bore witness to the vision of unity.
You said there are strange lights off the coast.
From an island to the south. They appeared one day out of the blue around the same time the machines moved into the valley. There have also been reports of a streak of light that rises and falls in the sky above the island.
I saw it on the fourth meridian.
Sounds like
A flame that climbed in the sky until it
far
disappeared
zenith to
among
me.
the stars.
Is there any way to get to the island?
No. The currents between the island and the shore are too strong. You'd drown for sure.
Oh, it's on an island. I wonder if this has something to do with the zeniths.
Don't know what any of that's about, but maybe?
If the valley's been off limits for months, why did you go in?
We wanted to run the trial.
The valley is a great test for lowland soldiers. Survive for 10 days and nights. Take down any machine that stands in the way.
Dax had a plan. We'd hunt down each machine one by one until we cleared the valley, earned the clan's respect. But we got separated from Iveka after the third day. Then machines cut us off from the way out. By the time Marshal Avira found us, we were wounded and out of supplies. More machines attacked us as we made our escape. Dax was right behind us, but he couldn't run fast enough.
A lot of machines in one place. Sounds bad. I better look into it. See if I can put a stop to it.
Then I'll come with you. Fight by your side.
No. Better let me take a look first. Trust me, it's for the best.
I guess if you insist. Once you're in the valley, head for the Great Falls and the cliff south of the Metal Devil. The machines seem attracted to those sites.
Got it. Thanks.
We'll rest here a while more, then head for the medic in Fall's Edge. Strike true as the 10, Aloy.
Alright, let's do it. Wait, was I supposed to go up? Oh, I think I'm supposed to go up here.
Something's attracting machines into the valley. Sounds like some kind of lure. Get this from my stash when I need it.
Aha, okay. It's over there though, hang on. No, no, no. Oh my god. Uh-huh.
Maybe I can trade this green shine.
Dude, break the barrels, Aloy, come on. Nothing in them? Oh. What are you doing? Wait, is there something? Oh, is this where I'm supposed to go? Not over here. What's over here then?
Something's holding up. Okay, better follow the trail. Hope this bridge holds up. That is a long way to fall.
Is this the right way? No, I don't think so. Where am I
I
going?
gotta climb up higher.
Oh.
This really is a trial. Made it. Now to find the waterfall and the cliff south of the Horus. Vera mentioned deadly machines were gathering near there. Dead machine. A bad one, too. Another dead machine. Dead to Nox. It must be Dax. Nako's brother.
Where is he? Oh, this guy?
Died fighting the machine. What a waste. Glowing lights. This must be the Zenith base. Looks like they have a shield around the entire place. Of course, they'd make their base on their own private island. But, back to the current problem. I've got to check out the areas Vera mentioned. Near the big waterfall and...
I guess I'm supposed to go here first.
south of that Horus on the ridge. Waterfall and kill the machines as promised.
Come on, dude.
If I'm
That's
right,
bullshit.
there should be a lure around here.
Oh, Scorcher.
I might be able to find it with my focus. You don't see.
What does this guy have on his shoulders? Purge water. I don't think I have purge water arrows yet, unfortunately. Okay. Please take. Where'd it go? Oh my god, dude, are you serious?
This'll help.
Gotta get that weapon, a mine launcher. Oh, this is a dead Bellowback. What's on this guy's back? Shock. Come closer. Just a couple steps closer, buddy.
No grass here.
Could have taken the silent strike there, but I don't think it's worth it. The mine launcher kind of sucks, doesn't it? Wow. Come on, why can't I get a strike from above there? That's bullshit, dude. Okay, man. Oh shit, dude. I forgot how crazy these guys are. These were from the DLC. And these guys do some really big damage. Just gonna put you away. Oh my god, dude. I really missed that. Ow. Oh my god, dude. He just stopped spamming that bullshit attack. Alright, one more silent strike and we should be good here. I think this might be the first Scorcher I've fought so far.
There. Area's clear.
Nice.
Now let's see if there's a lure around here.
See if there's a what?
A machine lure. Just what I thought. But this one looks advanced. Like Zenith tech. I better take a closer look. Nice data here. Looks like a log. From something called the Julius? Some Zenith era? Says hyper-vermin exterminated. Was it attracting machines to kill intruders here? Well, at least this lure's shut down now. I should head to the cliff, south of the Horus. There might be another lure there. A rush of air.
Is there a fire? Oh yeah, there's one right here. Is there a black box here? This looks like an airplane. Is this the campfire? Or no. This is not the campfire. This is the campfire. Where's the campfire then? Apparently I discovered it. I don't see it though. Oh, here we go. Alright, nice. So now we gotta kill all these guys, I guess. Wait, I have to go... No, I don't have to kill those guys. Those guys don't matter at all. Will I go for 100% speedrun after this? Oh yeah. 100% speedrun. For world record. If I don't get world record, I'm just gonna keep trying. Essentially only streaming Horizon for the rest of the year. Alright. Where am I supposed to be going here? I thought it was just those machines over there, but maybe not. I wonder what the record would be for 100% speedrun of this game. This has got to be one of the things I have to...
Something other than fire.
Alright, yeah, this is the area. So we got to kill an elephant and a bird. 2 elephants? No, wait, a thunderjaw? Oh, this is only at half health though. This thing's at full health. And a thunderjaw. Wow, dude. Thunderjaw is at 60%. This guy's at 60%. Craziness, man. The Tremor Tusk was actually pretty tricky. I kind of want to take the bird out first. Has shock on its back. Yeah, if we can get the bird out of the way, that'd be nice.
Okay, I think I'm in the area Ikumi mentioned. There's definitely machines here. If there's a lure nearby, I'm focusing on the player.
Alright, well this guy's done. Okay, hey man, chill, chill. Are they both after me or just one? What does this guy have on his head? I don't think that's a sparker on its head, is it? Dude, chill. I think that is a sparker right there. Oh my god. No, why did I pull this out? Oh, I did hit it. Wait, I can override this thing?
Do its thing.
Since when can I override that thing, dude? Let's have them fight each other, man. Go get him. What's in here? Sweet. This is great. Dude, he's getting mowed down too. Look at my dude. Okay, stop. Wait a minute, wait. Was there another Thunderjaw?
Another lure. I gotta take out the machines before I can deal with it.
That's the same Thunderjaw that just... Okay. Wow. Definitely gonna override the elephant again, though. I didn't realize I could do that. Sweet.
Better use something other than fire.
Okay. Come on. So yeah, baby, let's go. Now, does this guy have... It seemed like these were not... These are frost underneath, yeah. Alright, let's hit it with the frost underneath if possible. Look at this fight that's going on right now. Who's gonna win? It's looking like the Thunderjaw's kind of kicking ass right now. Hit him back, elephant. Hit him back. Oh, the elephant is no longer overridden, I think. But the Thunderjaw's attacking it still. Is it overridden? Can I override this guy too? Partially on that. So yeah, they're just fighting each other. And the Thunderjaw's down. Wow, the elephant beats the Thunderjaw. Crazy. That is wonderful. Dude, that was easy. I'll try to get a little closer here. Could even override it again and then be able to do whatever we want, basically. Easy, wow.
Okay.
I can't get out from its legs. Oh my god. I'm literally trapped here. Forever. Come on, you can do it, Aloy. Oh, thank you. Alright, that was sweet, dude. Being able to override this was just... I barely used any resources. Look at that. Beautiful. Who needs to fight when you can just do that? Gotta go search the Thunderjaw, and the bird was up here too. Okay. Alright, where is the lure?
Alright, gotta shut this thing down. Another weird log from the Julius. This one mentions a third lure close by.
Directives received unchanged. Keep on keeping on. Local vermin exterminated at this node to date. 14 Yowza base approach is secure. Excellent. Uh-oh, intrusion detected. Fiddlesticks. I'm losing control of this node. Rerouting to Charlie node. Catch you later.
Better check it out. It looks like I was right. The Zenith left these things here to draw in machines and protect the approach to their base.
Damn, this is a long quest. Okay. And where is this? Oh, it's all the way out here in this corner. Okay. Alright. How are we getting there? Can we climb this? Aha. Come on, dude. What are you doing? I want to grapple. Thank you. Holy shit. It's like climbing and grappling in this game can be pretty awkward sometimes.
There's the lure. I have to take out these machines before I can shut it off.
Alright, what do we got for machines here?
Won't get much use out of shock ammo.
Yuveka.
One of them missing to Nox. I've got to take out these machines.
These things are easy though, right? Wait, is that a machine? What the hell are you doing here?
So it's corrupted. Need parts from one to fix it.
Was that the Watcher from up here, or was that a different Watcher? Different one, there's two of them. This is the strat, just dive bomb every enemy. Come on, get up there, please. Oh, they're scrapping. Where's the other Watcher?
Or would you ever consider growing out your hair? Or are you just going to keep shaving for the rest of your life?
Yeah.
Serious question.
Probably shave the rest of my life. Where's the Watcher? Oh, it's over here.
Can relax a bit now.
Alright, this should be an easy one here.
Should be able to override the lure now.
Did I search this guy yet? I think I did, yeah.
Gotcha. That should be the last one. And looks like there's a recorder here.
Hey, shithead. I got a task for you.
The Julius is ready to serve!
Shut up and do what you're told. Use the indigenous robots to keep this place clear of local vermin. I'll do it myself, but Gerard says I have to stay focused, so have some fun for the both of us, huh?
Will do, Benefactor Visser. You can count on the Julius.
So Eric left a simple AI in charge of the lures. Looks like it shut itself down when I overrode the last one. Oh, I better get to that wounded Tanox. See if they're okay.
What's an Outlander doing all the way out here?
Clearing the valley? You must be one of the missing Tanox. Everyone thought you were dead.
Nearly. Dax and Kanala. Are they...
Kanala's alive. Marshal Yvira pulled her out.
Speaking of...
Aloy!
Yvira. Couldn't stay away, could you?
And miss my chance to hunt with the champion in the Valley of the Fallen? Never. And I see you found Now this looks like a fight.
Oh,
You with me, Marshal?
shit. What are these
My
things?
blade is yours!
Oh, these are just specters. They looked a little bit more
Blood of the
golden.
Ten! We get to kill these things? What are they? We can't retreat now. We have to finish this.
Alright, alright. Can we do the same strat with these guys, or are they smarter? There's one there. Where's the other one? Oh, of course. What are they weak to?
Fire won't help here.
shit, dude. Can't see where I'm at. I don't want to like blow up myself. Oh wow, one of them's almost dead.
Aloy, we can't rest until these things are dead.
Okay,
Watch this fly as true as the 10th!
okay, I was trying to dodge there, but I guess it didn't work out. Hey, stop, please. Why is it not letting me strike from above? Why is my partner not helping at all?
I think I took care of all the lures. I should let Avira know.
Are there any, That was a pretty fun side quest, though. Enjoyed that. There we go. Not right now. What?
I'll be right back. She needs a medic, but she'll live. Thanks to you. Gotta say, every time we meet is the best day ever for fighting. That battle was something else. And those weird machines. Do you think there'll be more?
No. I figured out what was causing the machines to gather in the valley, and put a stop to it.
Oh, good news for the clan then.
You don't want to fight more of those things, Avira. They're not like other machines. The masters they answer to see people as inconveniences. They'd kill anyone without a second thought. And eventually I'll have to deal with them.
The lights offshore. Is that from them?
Yeah. It's a kind of shield to protect the island. The machines drawn to this valley were meant to kill anyone who got close.
Meaningless slaughter. But definitely something for a champion, not a marshal. Here.
How come I
take
never
this
responded to the nudes
It
I
might
sent
help
on
with what lies
Instagram?
ahead.
I don't have an Instagram, so
The
you
valley should
probably
be safe
sent them to
enough
someone
for a
else.
while.
That's probably why I didn't
But you have
respond.
to tell the rest of the Tenakth to stay as far away from that island as possible.
By the champion's word. I hope our paths cross again, Aloy.
Alright, so we did that quest, that's good. Should I go, where am I right now? I'm all the way over here. It's a fire claw, oh man. Where is this thing? Should I go over here? I somehow missed this. Oh, there's a couple rebel outposts over here. Interesting. I feel like I should maybe do the salvage camp. This might be the last one, and then we can get better armor. Interesting. Oh wait, there's a fire somewhere here. Where's the fire? Right up here. Where is this thing? Is it on top of this hill or what? Out here? Aha, okay, we got a campfire. Where do I want to go now? Cleared out this area. I'm saying maybe we should go to the contractor. Unfortunately, I did not activate any of these bonfires. So I guess we'd have to go here. Where is this? It'll take me 300 hours to finish Elden Ring. I don't know, we'll see. I'm just gonna fight all the bosses, that's the only thing I ever want to do in Dark Souls games, so... I don't really care about 100%ing it or whatever. Not that I care about 100%ing this either, but... I'm just enjoying wandering around the world. We'll see. We might not get to any story today. Save it for tomorrow. Alright, so from here, where am I going? South, and then this is basically where I want to be headed. We can go to this unknown campfire over here. Have not gotten to explore this area a lot. What the hell was that?
Those Tenakth soldiers are attacking the rebels. Bet they could use some help.
Okay, you are an enemy. I didn't know if you were an enemy or friend. Alright, I guess we're in the middle of a fucking huge fight here. firing on me from over here? There we go, nice.
Poor scads never saw us coming.
Who's firing from? This is strange, right?
Stranger! Hair as red as the blight. I knew my eyes weren't playing tricks on me. You're Aloy, Hikaro's champion. My name's Katak, leader of Fox Squad for the Lowland clan. Sorry for our unannounced entrance.
Looks like you were well prepared.
Lowlanders know how to use the element of surprise to their advantage. So we get the job done. Are you here to take back Fenrise?
Fenrise?
A lowland village southwest of here. It's been taken over by rebels. I assume the chief sent you to reclaim it.
I'm sorry, I'm just passing through.
My squad's been cutting their supply lines where we can. But eventually, we'll have to attack the village directly. We could use a soldier like you.
If I'm in the area, I'll see what I can do.
May the Ten see to it. But before you go, I'm sure Chief Hikaro would hate it if his own clan didn't thank you for what you've done in the fight against Regala.
Thanks.
May our next meeting be in victory.
Sweet. Alright, so is that a new quest? I don't see that anywhere.
With every battle won, we aid Chief Hikaro's mission for peace.
Huh, I don't know. How's the gameplay been today? I mean, I've been having some fun so far. Just mainly chilling, doing some side quests, things like that. So we're gonna head straight and get this shelter. Is this better than Breath of the Wild? It's a tough one. I would probably give the edge to this over Breath of the Wild. Yeah, I think so. Just because the fights are cooler. The fights and the enemies are cooler. Anything cool I can do here? Not yet. What am I looking for this Clamber Jaw Tail Duster? Let's grab things from my stash. Okay. Breath of the Wild's better than this.
Here I come.
I don't know about that. I mean, just the graphical fidelity of this game is far better than Zelda. It's like all the bosses kind of sucked in Zelda. Let's be real here. Shit, dude. I'm just passing through, okay? I don't want to fight you right now. Go across the river and try to avoid these guys. Is this where I got the black box? Yeah, I think this is where I got the black box from before.
Are those Oseram? I better help them.
So they're being attacked by a stalker.
Could get a stalker on my side. I get enough parts to fix its override.
Nice, dude.
Relief.
Oh, get out of here, Clamberjaw. Although we do need the tail duster for the Clamberjaw or whatever. Oh, there's two of them. Great. You saw nothing.
They're looking for me.
Turn around. No, dude. No, what am I on this for? Okay, can I drink the potion, please? What a shot. What a shot. I didn't realize I wasn't using these. Hey, stop. Knock it off, dude. I'm just trying to knock off its tail, man. That's it. Oh. Finally. Now I can just kill it. Where are these other guys? So there is a stalker around here somewhere. Maybe not. Hit it! Holy shit, thank you. Are you telling me that was not even... Got it. Did you stop?
Put me on my feet.
Oh, come on. Stop moving. guy's not dead yet. How are you not dead yet? Alright, we should have 2 Clamberjaw tails to pick up. And you are one of them that does not have a tail, right? No, this guy is at like almost full health. Did he like respawn or some shit? Let me just go pick up my tails before I fight this dude. But these guys, did these guys respawn? Okay, there's the Clamberjaw tail duster. There's another one though here somewhere too. This is an Apex Clamberjaw, I think. Purge water. I don't think this has a tail duster. Okay, where is the other tail? Is this it? Because I swear I took off 3 tails there. Did I not? Did you guys see where the other tail went? It's over here somewhere, I thought. Was it further back? Aha, here we go. I went all the way over here, huh? Don't care about that. Now we should be able to upgrade our armor, which is cool.
So, red hair, kills machines like I down ale. I'd say luck just brought us the savior of Meridian.
Just, Aloy. You mind telling me why you're hunting stalkers in the middle of Tenakth territory?
Oh, not hunting. Salvaging. I can explain. Later. The stalkers we killed aren't the only ones around. This jungle's crawling with them. They're nasty. And they don't give up. We thought we could use their mines to secure the camp. But we have nowhere near enough. You're a hunter. You could get rid of the stalkers and get me their mine launchers at the same time. I'll make sure you get payment for it. Hastily written, but this contract has everything you need to know on it.
Got it.
Alright, let's do that. Actually,
Never a dull day out here.
Can I not get what's in this chest? What about, is there no workbench here? I guess it's all kind of trashed, isn't it?
I wish Warren were here.
It's hard to write this letter. I know it'll be harder to read it. Ferna fell to a machine today. She lived a time after the attack. She did not survive the time it took to return to camp. I am sending you her armor, her weapons, and her belongings. I am also sending the shards from the salvage that would have been hers. She spoke about home. She said she wasn't seen as a fighter. She said if she died, people would say she wasted her life in salvage when she could have lived in marriage. I fought by Ferna. She battled with strength of any in camp. No argument. On night duty, she had the brains to move our spoil pits outside the camp to stop the stench. We are weaker without her. We lost a hunter and a friend. She had never lost her dream. She might have fallen, but she fell in the place she wanted to be. Surely that is a sign that she knew how to live. I will send more shards in the next 3 shares. Her name will burn in us until the day we fall. Poor Ferna. Alright, let's go do this. I guess, yeah, it sucks that there's no,
Had to fight like that anymore.
I should read this contract before chasing down any stalkers. Make sure I'm prepared.
Yeah, where is the nearest? So I'm going all the way over here. I might as well go here. Or here, either one, whatever. Yeah, let's warp over there. Hang on, where am I? Where is the place I just was? Okay. Ashley, thank you for the 20 months. Welcome back. Appreciate the continued support, Ashley. Let's go, yeah, let's just go here. Why not? Is game good? Yeah, very good. Excellent game for sure. Falls Edge, okay, I want...
As soon as I get leave,
this is the wrong way, I need the bench.
I've heard of you, Outlander.
Where the hell is...
Good.
Up here?
Hail, Outlander!
This is what I need. So finally I can upgrade. There's a couple of things I can do now. I can upgrade this Bolt Blaster. I don't really care about that. I barely use it. I can upgrade this to the final form, which I use a lot. And it would go to... We'd get plus 15 high ground damage. And a new slot open, which is good. Very possible we do that. But also, I can upgrade my armor for the first time in a long time. Get +1 weapon stamina, purge water resistance, and low health valor, which isn't really that good. This isn't really that good of an upgrade, to be honest with you. I think I'd rather do my... I'd rather upgrade my spike thrower, honestly. Let's do it. I use this all the time. Okay. And we should... Actually, do I have coils in all my weapons? I really should pay more attention to that. Let's go here. Let's go edit coils. Impact +12 I have in here. What do I have here? Instant corroding chance. Nah. Component tear +25. Pretty good, pretty good. Critical hit chance +15%. That's pretty good. Draw speed +25% is actually not bad for the spear. Stealth +25. Reload. Ooh. It already has really good knockdown power, but this could be like put it over the top and like guarantee some knockdowns. Yeah, I think I'm gonna give it the knockdown power. Sweet. Do I have coils on everything else that I'm using? I don't have anything on this. Probably draw speed would be good for the bolt blaster. This is good though. Wait, no, this is good. Because it upgrades 2 things. Yeah, this is good. Alright, let's equip this. That's good. This one, we have something on there. Okay, cool. Let's open my stash. Wait, all I have is 2 health potions. I'm running low on the spikes though. Anyways, alright. Let's go do this mission. And then see, yeah, we're probably gonna unlock more missions from the guy. Let's have the Porsche file. Also, just too tactical. Thank you for the 100 bits. I don't think I ever said that.
The stalkers that Oseram wanted me to get rid of. Should be nearby.
Oh my
I need to
god.
go look at the contract. Make sure I'm not forgetting anything.
Lex, thank you for the 5 gift subs. Really appreciate it. Throw some hype in there for Lex. Really appreciate it, man. Hope you're doing alright. Thank you very much, Lex. Alright, so we have Apex Bellow back.
Could use shock ammo against that machine.
Wait, where are the stalkers? Is this not the stalker area? Oh, there's the stalker. Oh, there's one right in front of me. Holy shit. I'm pretty sure I need to... Do I just need to take them down, or do I need to get their mine launchers off? What am I looking at? This. Gather 3 stalker mine launchers. That's gonna be tough. I could just kill them pretty easily. Especially when you have like all these other machines around. Ugh. God. Do I want to craft this? It's pretty expensive, but it might be worth it. The cannon is right on its back, I think. Wait, can I take it off after I kill them? I might be able to just remove it after I kill them. I don't think I can silent strike an invisible enemy. Alright, let's just use this. Is that it? Yeah, weapon removed. Sick, dude. Now, what do I do with it? Do I have to, like, bring it somewhere? Alright, so one hit with these arrows does it. That's really good. Like, I don't... It shouldn't tell me exactly what I have to do. What is this thing? That is a stalker. What happens if I try to pick this up?
That machine was built to kill hunters.
Alright, this one still has its gun on. I'm going to have to take out all these machines, I think. It's going to be a pain in the ass. Because I'm guessing, like the other one, we're going to have to bring the guns to some kind of drop-off point. Where did that stalker go? I do have full valor. So I can just run in the middle of them and just explode. Okay. Where did the stalkers go? Oh shit, there's one. This guy still has his gun on too, I think.
Missed. I need to hit the mine launcher. Oh, been spotted.
Have I? I'm using it.
Oh! Gotta hit their mine launchers.
Did I miss the mine launcher?
RTX on. RTX off. 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 RTX
I need to clip the mine launchers before I kill any stalkers.
RTX on. RTX off. RTX on. RTX off. RTX
I have the mine launcher off this guy, right?
RTX on. RTX off. RTX on. RTX off. RTX on. RTX off. RTX on. RTX off.
Wait, this is the dart gun? Oh, the mine launchers are on the back legs. Oh. Okay, it's these.
Gotta hit their mine launchers. I shot off a mine launcher. Clipped a mine launcher.
Okay, great.
2 more should do it. I need to find one more.
Okay, I was under the impression it was their weapon. Did I kill it? Did I kill the machine? Did it run away? I think it ran away. There we go. Wait a minute, this one only has one, so that means there's one lying around somewhere.
A mine launcher. Oh!
Okay, good. Wait, oh, I just crafted more of these? That's not what I wanted to craft. Sweet.
I can pick up any mine launchers I hit now.
Alright, where was the mine launcher? Did I not? I picked it up, right? Oh god, dude. Really?
Gotta pick up any mine launchers I clipped.
Yes, Aloy, I heard you the first time. Is this one? Oh, how did it get all the way over
To
here?
set up a perimeter back at that Osram camp. I should take these back as soon as I can.
I kind of want to...
Easy, Aloy.
There's got to be another one around here somewhere too, though, right? Where did you guys come from? Alright, I should probably just go back. It's whatever. Well, there is a dart gun that I could use to just take these guys out pretty easily. Oh, wait a minute. Look at this. If I lure them... Oh, there's another one right there.
Pain subsiding.
Let's try this. I just want to see how much it'll do. That's pretty sick. Okay, what is killing me? Oh, this guy. No, 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 no. Oh god, there's so much stalker ammo. Hang on. What the hell, dude? Come over here. Come over here. Alright, I really don't have to fight these guys. I used my whole Valor Surge and it was cool. But is it really necessary to continue here? Probably not.
There. Much better.
Although, where are those dart guns at? That guy had like no HP. There's one. There's another dart gun somewhere.
Hey, Baldy.
So, it's right there across the way.
They're searching for me.
It did like nothing to this guy.
Weapons without ammo are just extra weight.
Is he not exploding? Where did this guy go? This guy has no health either. That guy's dead. Okay, let's just spike this guy real quick. I'm not gonna kill the Bella back, I don't think it matters. Will you just die? Jesus. Thank you. Oh, that was an Apex clamber jaw, not bad. Yeah, these are not easy machines. Here. That does nothing, man. That's crazy. I gotta keep. What I have to do is hit it. Shock ammo from underneath. What are all these parts?
Oh, good.
Okay, I need to get... Now I can hit these. It should be easy game from here. Oh shit, I'm getting third-partied again. Who is that? Whistle that. Wait, there's a stalker here too somewhere. Oh my god, dude. Holy shit. Where did all these machines come from? Holy shit. Did I kill the Apex? No, this thing's about to die. Alright, where the hell is this stupid stalker? Hopefully around here somewhere. Yep, there it is, okay. Actually, you know what? Oh, we could probably just do this, right? Come over here. Why is it running, dude? What? What is hitting me now?
I'll keep you in the fight.
What the hell was that? Oh, the stalker bombs went away. That's unfortunate. Alright, I guess that guy just ran away. Whatever. Why is it still sparking as if the big sack is there? Here he comes. Okay, wait. There's a stalker there too. Okay, that's, I think, what hit me. I think I'm just out of here. This is stupid. Do they keep spawning just for the quest or something? We killed all of them, pretty much. Now we need to go back to the guy at the salvage camp. Yeah, I got YouTube. It's !YouTube or click the link in the description. Alright, we're going all the way back here. Those were there before. Yeah, I mean, I could have killed them both. The remaining two were pretty easy.
I got the mine launchers, and those stalkers shouldn't be a problem anymore.
Thanks. You should help us defend our camp. Here's your payment. I'm Denur, by the way. Sorry if I was a bit short before.
You had a lot on your plate. So you're salvagers. Are you part of Karif's crew?
Yes, actually.
And you're getting parts to forge him some armor out here?
Our leader, Warrand, was obsessed with the Forbidden West. Collected every story he could find about it. And he was convinced that what he needed to make the armor is in this jungle.
He wasn't worried about the Tenakth? Or machines?
He thought we could stay out of their way. But a few days ago, we ran into a Thunderjaw. Warren managed to lure it away from the camp, but we haven't seen him since. Now he's gone, and we don't even have the plans for his armor. They're in his trunk, and it's locked.
Another Thunderjaw fight, okay.
Maybe you could track him down.
No problem.
Even if all you can find is his remains, the key to the trunk should be on him.
I can look into it. You just take care of your people right now.
Will do. Here. All you need to know is in this contract.
Alright, so we'll come back tomorrow and do this one. I think I'm gonna wrap things up right here. Quick save it. And tomorrow we will do the rest of this camp and then do whatever's next in the story.
Still not cooling off.
So productive day though. Got a lot of side quests done. Let's find someone to raid. Also, Rytrin, thank you for the 20 months. I don't think I said that. Thank you, Rytrin. And Dune Master, thank you for the 8 months. Really appreciate it. Alright. Alright, we're gonna raid Big Cheese KIT.
Hey, coming. That way, coming. That way.
Wait, what does he do? Alright, he is playing some Call of Duty, which I know he likes to play. I like watching him play Call of Duty because he basically always plays with like melee weapons, like knives, so he's just running around knifing people. It's pretty fun. Head on over there, go blow up his chat. And I will see you guys tomorrow. More Mario, more Horizon. Adios, amigos.